Hey everyone, how are y'all? Lady V, how are you tonight? Welcome back, Summer, and thank you for joining us tonight. All right, give me just a second. I gotta cut my fans off here. Okay. Hey, the amazing Tiff, how are you? Hey, Deb, how are you? Hello, Bug, how are you tonight? I guess Nightbot is sleeping. Tiff, I am doing good, thank you. Julie, how are you? What the heck is up with Nightbot? Okay, here we go. All right, emails pinned to the top of the chat. Glowbug, I am doing good. Cujo, how are you tonight? Hey, Edie, how are you? Hey, Aura, how are you? It's good to see you as well. Hey, Tammy, how are you? And Tammy, don't feel bad about your internet. Your internet sounds like mine. Big Al, how are you? See, I hope I can chat with you. Aura, I'll be opening up the panel here in just a little bit. Philly, you doing all right tonight? Hey, Rigger Bob, how are you? Lady V, yeah, I feel fine. I'm just super tired. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night, and I had to get up early today. And it is hot as I don't know what down here. Tree baby, how are you? Yes, Big Al. Hotter than that. Thank you, Tammy. Hey, Tonka, how are you? Hey, JJ, how are you? So we got a break from the heat today, and it rained a bit. Oh man, I wish we could have had a break from it. I don't like cold weather, but the heat is ridiculous. And it's just now into June. It's going to be really hot in July and August. Tonka, I'm doing good, thank you. Musical, how are you? What's another? Oh, and musical, yes, I heard about that. I think it was 7 people total that was hit, and I think there was a few other ones that had gotten hurt from falling down and stuff like that. I only got to watch the right after it happened. The chief of police there had came out and made like a short statement. And he said that at 9 o'clock their time they were going to do another uh, conference and I didn't get to watch it. Hey Riddler, how are you? I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up real quick. Um, this was like one of the main things that I wanted to show tonight. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up so I don't forget. We had the Maddie May Day. Was it May the 25th? Riddler, I'm doing good, thank you. Well, they are also going to do a Kaylee J Day, which is going to be Thursday on her birthday. And her family has said that this is just kind of like a rough draft of the flyer that they're going to use. So it may look different after this one. But I did wanted to share with everyone. I don't know if I can zoom it in any because some of the stuff is kind of hard to read. See if I can get it a little bit bigger for y'all. Hey, 1-2. See, I just finished the second half of last night's live. I was so sleepy, but had to catch up. Lots of good info you're sharing. Thank you, 1-2. I appreciate that. Let's see. I hate summer heat and bugs. No, thank you. I have a Nordic soul because I takes. Yeah, I don't like snow though, JJ. Like I hate cold weather, but the humidity and the heat down here is just it's ridiculous sometimes. If it would just stay 80 degrees year round, I would be a happy person. All right, so for the Kaylee J Day, it says do more of what you love. They're going to do it, like I said, on Thursday, June the 8th. And it says, what is Kaylee Jade Day? Sunset Gazing, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. And Tree Baby got it. But it says, okay, so over here, I'm going to zoom in just on this side right here where y'all can see it. But it says Kaylee lived every day doing what she loved, and that's what we would like to do every day, but especially on her birthday, which is June the 8th. Hey, Bonnie, how are you? So Kaylee J Day is a day where we invite you to do something purposely that makes you happy, whether it's gardening, cooking, walking your dog, going for a hike, anything that makes your day or the day of a loved one. Hey, Vapor, how are you? We don't have Kaylee with us any longer, but that doesn't mean that her love for life, family, and adventure is gone. Helping us to honor Kaylee by doing something that you love with her in mind. Together for her, let's prove that love can never die. Vapor, I'm doing good, thank you. So, and then over here on the side, it says, what can you do? Whatever it is that you love, here are a few things that Kaylee loves. She loved going to lunch with a family member or a friend, plan a vacation or your next holiday, cook a new meal at home you've been waiting to try, grab a mimosa and an appetizer at a local restaurant, take a new hike, wake up early to watch the sunrise, FaceTime friends and family that you don't see often, and pay it forward at your favorite drive-through. And then down here at the bottom, it says anyone local to the Coeur d'Alene, Rathdrum area, we would love to invite you out to some local coffee stands and bars for a drink on Kaylee. And as always, share with us on social media. So I'm going to post this in the Facebook group, and also I will put it on my community page. Anybody that wants to take it and share it out, you're more than welcome to. Hey, Ava, how are you? So I wanted to share that with everybody because I had just seen it. I think they actually put it up today on their Facebook group. And it's only 2 days from now. So I kind of wanted to share it out, kind of get the word out. And if y'all do something on Kaylee J Day, if y'all would like to post it on the community page, that would be awesome too. And just, put it out there what you've done for yourself or for a loved one. Paula K, how are you? Okay, now I gotta find my page here, y'all, because I am Like always, so unorganized. Right, agape love. Just random acts of kindness, whether it's for yourself or for someone else. Emma Louie, how are you? Washington State University has a course of political cult operating within the departments and required courses. It's really awful. Students can end up taking classes from sociopaths. Okay. Have to do all this, hopefully. Well, Ava, I don't know where you're going on your trip, but I hope you are safe and you have fun. And Paula, yes, ma'am, we are all doing good here. And thank you for joining us. All right, y'all. So there is a new document that did come out. Just chilling out, having Emma. I need coffee really bad, but it's like 11 o'clock at night where I'm at. Okay, let me grab this one real quick. And I'm gonna go ahead and throw the link out. If you do come up, anybody's more than welcome to grab the link and come up. If you do come up while I'm reading this, oh wait, that's the wrong thing. I will pull you up as soon as I'm done with it. Just hang tight backstage if you don't mind. Hey Shane, how are you? Paula, you're very welcome. All right. Can everybody see this okay? Lori and CJ, how are you? About Marissa and Obsessed with Disneyland. See you again soon. Miss you both. I haven't seen Marissa in a couple of days or Obsessed with Disneyland. It's been a day or two since I've seen either one of them. Okay, so this is actually the state's supplemental response to the defendant's motion regarding the grand jury record and transcript. They're kind of having a back and forth over all that has to do with the grand jury. Uh, I read, hey Jamie, how are you? Um, I read, I think probably like a week ago, they had documents that come out that Bryan's attorney is asking for everything regarding the grand jury, all the way down to the names of the jurors. And they've kind of went back and forth. They haven't really been able to come up with a solution. And then the state comes in. Hey, Princess Megan, how are you? The state has come in and offered a solution. And let me fix this. All right, Riddler, I'm going to go ahead and bring you up. All right, Lady V, I'm going to bring you up. How are y'all?
I'm doing just fine, and you?
I'm doing good.
I'm awesome.
Great. Thank y'all for joining me tonight.
Actually, if you want to know the truth, I kind of feel like you. I'm okay, but I really feel like I'm like half asleep.
I, y'all, I didn't get to sleep till like after 5 o'clock this morning because my back was hurting.
Yeah, me either.
And then my son had to go to work. He had to be at work at 8 o'clock, and I was scared that I always like set my alarm just to make sure that he gets up, even though he has an alarm and he's 22 and he's responsible like that. But I always make sure I set an alarm so I know that he's up
A
and in
mom
the
is
shower.
always a mom.
Right. And so I set the alarm. He had to be at work at 8. He usually gets up like 2 hours early,
Oh wow.
take a shower and eat and all this and that. And so I went to sleep a little after 5. I woke up at 6, made sure that he was in the shower, fell back asleep, and then woke up like 10 minutes till 8. And I've been
Hmm.
up ever since. And I've done went to 2 different towns today, and I'm just like dead. But I am here. So,
I am too. I was just listening to another channel, and
hmm
so was Riddler. There was some really good thoughts and questions in that panel.
okay. And
I thought maybe-
you can say that as long as you're not, hey Jason, North Carolina, how are you? As long as you're not bashing the channel, which I know that you wouldn't
Oh,
do.
I would never ever no.
Yeah, you can mention channel names. That's fine.
Well, it was Melissa Jade's channel. Shay Benet was
Oh,
up there, and Sleuthy Goosey was up there too. It
okay.
was. If you haven't watched it, it's a really very good panel.
I'll have to go back and check it out. I've dropped into Melissa Jade's chat a couple times. She's actually really good.
She is.
Very
I really
sweet.
enjoy her. Yeah. For when I first found her about 8 or 9 months ago now, I wasn't sure if she was like a Chroma channel or exactly what she was, but I
Mhm.
really don't think she is. I mean,
Oh no, no.
I don't like the Chroma channels because every time I'm there, she likes to get like a little feisty and put some, energy into it, which I
Hmm.
love. But
Right.
yet she's always like really good at staying on subject and everything. And so I have recently started going to her again, and I've really been enjoying it.
Yeah, she actually drops in chat here every now and then.
Does she?
I like her. Yeah, she's been in here
Yes.
a couple of times.
She's a sweetheart.
Right.
She has some channels like UFOs, Frequency,
Yeah, I like those.
Bigfoot.
Hmm.
See, I
Okay.
dig those.
I'll have to go check it out then later on tonight if I don't fall
Yeah,
asleep
it
as
was
soon
really
as I'm
good.
done with the
Especially
live tonight.
especially when Sleuthy Goosey got on there. That girl is
Right.
she's amazing.
Oh, she's like top notch in my
Yeah.
book, honestly.
All three of them really are. But yeah, Sleuthy,
Hmm.
she just really got into it and some really good questions and some points that, yeah, I thought was really good.
Right. Let's see. Yes, Mountain Mama, I'm doing good, thank you. All right, let me fix this. I'm gonna hide y'all. Y'all are still on panel, but I'm gonna hide y'all so people can see this document.
Cool.
And I'm just gonna read through it. It's like I think 5 pages total, but there's just I think there were 2 full pages, so it shouldn't take me but just a second. But I do want to get through it because the prosecutor and the defense is like going back and forth with this whole grand jury thing, and the the prosecutor just finally come out and just like, look, I have a solution, and this is it. So this is the state's supplemental request to the defendant's motion regarding the grand jury record and the transcript. And it says, comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and respectfully supplements its May 30th, 2023 state's response to the defendant's motion regarding the grand jury record and transcript. Turquoise, can you see this okay? She's saying that her eyes are blurry.
Eyes are blurry, yeah.
Yeah, let me see. I know if I get it too big on my screen, it makes it hard for me to see, but I'll zoom it in a little bit. All right, so it says, as the state indicated in its initial response, a proposed stipulation for the order for preparation and the release of the transcript and record of the grand jury proceedings with conditions were being reviewed by the defendant's counsel. Unfortunately, the state and the defense has not been able to reach an agreement. Consequently, the state submits the following for the court's consideration. All right, so number 1 says access to the audio record and the transcript of the grand jury's, dear Lord, the grand jury's proceedings is controlled by ICR 6.2C. The overriding secrecy and the confidentiality of the grand jury proceedings is described in ICR 6.3. Reading these rules together, the only exception to the secrecy and the confidentiality of the grand jury proceedings are: A, for counsel is to listen to the record of the proceedings of the grand jury or to obtain a transcript of the proceedings. B, the list of juror votes, which may be disclosed to counsel by order of the court under ICR 6.5D. And C, disclosure of what was said or done in the proceeding by order of the court for good cause shown under ICR 6.3C. Number 2 says the defendant's motion to make available the record of all proceedings of the grand jury pursuant to the ICR 6.2 appears to go beyond what is permitted by the applicable court rules. Additionally, the defense proposes that the court unseal various grand jury proceedings and then make them subject to a subsequent qualified protective order. This is contrary to the requirement that the grand jury record and transcripts remain sealed under ICR 6.2, 6.3, and 6.5, and the ICAR 32G7 and I4. None of these records can be or should be unsealed. Rather, the court should allow the parties to listen to the record of the proceeding of the grand jury and to obtain a transcript of the proceedings under the ICR 6.2C and the list of jurors' votes under ICR 6.5D. And note that ICR 6.5D specifically requires that the list must remain sealed but not disclosed to the prosecuting attorney, the defendant, and the defendant's counsel by order of the court. Emphasis added. 3, as mentioned above, disclosures of the grand jury of what was said or done in the grand jury proceedings beyond the audio recording, a transcript, and the list of jurors can only be done by order of the court for good cause shown under ICR 6.3C. The state respectfully submits that the defense has not made such showing for the detailed list of items that they requested in their motion to make available the record of all proceedings of the grand jury pursuant to the ICR 6.2. The Idaho Supreme Court has explained that grand jury proceedings are intended to the extent possible to be secret. State versus Abdullah, 158 Idaho 386 449 in 2015. A defendant who seeks more than what the rules expressly allows must show good cause for access to the grand jury records. Idaho, for example, in Abdullah, a defendant convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death argued that the Idaho Supreme Court that he was entitled to a grand jury selection transcripts to determine whether he had any basis to challenge the grand jury term. Idaho at 448 through 49, the court explained that the defendant must demonstrate good cause for this court to allow his review of the grand jury selection transcripts. Because the defendant provided no legal basis for the court to allow his review of the grand jury selection transcripts, the court declined the order to the district court to provide the defendant with the requested grand jury selection transcripts. So the state respectfully submits that the appropriate course of action at this point is for the court to enter an order for preparation and release of a transcript of the grand jury proceedings, except for the deliberations, and permit the state and the defense to obtain copies of said transcript and the audio recording of the grand jury. This is with the understanding that the same will remain confidential as outlined in the state's proposed order for the preparation and release of the transcript and record of the grand jury proceedings with conditions appended to the state's May 25, 2023 state's response to the defendant's motion regarding the grand jury record and transcript. The state also stipulates to the list of jurors' notes being disclosed to counsel pursuant to the ICR 6.5D. So once the transcript and the audio recordings have been reviewed by the parties, the court on motion of a party can proceed to consider whether there is good cause required by the ICR 6.3C for further disclosure. And this was submitted on what looks like it's either the 5th or the 6th. I can't tell. It looks like both. So either the 5th or the 6th day of June of 2023. So either yesterday or today. And William Thompson is the one who signed it, and he also emailed it over to Ann Taylor. New photo of BK in the wild. Hey, I gotta see this new photo of BK in the wild. Oh, I've got that one. Okay. So the state is offering that for consideration to let them both, the prosecution and the defense, listen to the audio, go over the transcripts, and then the court, if it is the defense can show good cause that they need all of that information, then the court would then order the defense to get it. Bushcraft family, hey, how are you? Hey, Tony, how are you? Let's see. I probably have missed. Hey, Richard, how are you? Probably have missed a lot of people coming in. If I have, I do apologize, but thank you all so much for joining us tonight. All right, so Riddler and Lady V. What is y'all's take on this?
Well, I've got a little head start because I watched Fox a little while ago, and the judge in Pennsylvania has already ordered that all the transcripts from the grand jury
Mm-hmm.
to be sent to Idaho. So much for a secret grand jury.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought it
Oh,
was supposed to be
the
locked
one that
still.
the one that Bryan's parents had went and testified at.
Evidently, that's the only grand.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure that's the only grand jury, unless there's another one I'm lost on.
Okay, yeah, I did see whenever that whole investigative grand jury thing happened with his parents. Um, I forgot who it was that put the article out, but there was an article that said that if Idaho wanted them, then Pennsylvania would send over the stuff for it. So I wonder why. I mean, if it's for the Dana Smithers case, why would Idaho need that if the
Yeah,
police have came out and said that he has nothing to do with it?
right.
Well, I'm thinking there's something else involved. I don't know
Oh,
what
I,
yet.
yeah, I'm wondering, do you think maybe his father might have disclosed a conversation or something in it that they had?
it
I don't
could
know.
be.
It could be transcripts. What's going back and forth? What did you mail him?
Real quick, let me grab something out of chat. Agape Love, Tonka wanted me to send you her email, but I didn't get an email from you to where I could send it to. So if you can grab my email from it's pinned at the top of the chat and just send me an email real quick, and I will be happy to send that over for you.
By
Okay,
the
I'm
way,
sorry.
you
I
have some.
just seen
Oh,
that in chat, and I wanted to address that before I forgot it. Hey, Freya. Okay, go
by the
ahead.
way, by the way, I had clicked on your merch. You have some cute merch.
Oh,
I
thank you.
don't have, I don't have any money on my my card right now, but they're cute.
Oh, thank you. I got to add some more stuff on there. I really
You
need
need
to.
more pink, and you need
Yes.
like this thing that you have right now up there. That's what you need to put it on black and just like make that pop. I,
Yeah, I do because I have like my original Lost Soul CC and chat thing that I have from the very beginning. Hey, Ray Jones, how are you? But I do need to add, like you're saying, the icon that I have for the channel now. I need to put that on some
yeah,
stuff
that
too.
because I love that.
So I do need to work on that.
Because I love like color changing LED like
Mm-hmm.
flashlight stuff really bad.
Right.
It's all around me. It's horrible. I got a bad addiction.
But
So
I mean,
anyway,
I
do
can
you
just
think?
only imagine what it could be, because didn't he? And I don't know where this came from, but didn't he order the K-bar knife when he was in Pennsylvania?
That is what Dateline said. That he ordered it. Let's see, he went to Washington in June. I believe they said it was either April or May that he had ordered it, like a month or two before he left to go out to Washington. Now I don't know where they're getting that from. They're claiming that they law enforcement sources. So I don't know how truthful their sources are, but that is what is being said.
I don't know how truthful any of these sources are.
True. Hey, oops, how are you? Yeah. So,
Well,
I
if it's that one with his parents, are we sure that's the one it is, or is this a different one?
I haven't heard of any other grand
I
juries
haven't
this went
either.
on. Not in because we the only one that's happened in Idaho was the one that he got the indictment for.
Right.
Now, and the only one that I've heard of in Pennsylvania had to do with the Dana Smithers case, allegedly. Um, and for whatever reason, his parents had to go testify at that one.
Wow, that's weird.
Now, I don't know if they went in because they were his alibi and they needed that on record, or what they had to go in and testify for regarding that case.
Oh,
If
I
in
would
fact
think,
it was even for that case, it may be for something completely
yeah,
different, and it's just being put out that it's for Dana Smithers' case.
right.
But the police out there in Pennsylvania did make a statement on their Facebook and said that it has been brought to their attention, and this isn't verbatim what they said, but it was something to the effect of it has been brought to their attention that the Idaho suspect, Bryan Kohberger, uh, had something to do with the Dana Smithers case, and there is absolutely no evidence that supports that Bryan had anything to do with her disappearance and her death.
Then why do they need to send it to Idaho except maybe to say that?
I guess so. Maybe I don't know. That's what there's like so many different things that pops up in this case. It makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, I agree. This whole case is crazy.
Turquoise said, could they have been trying to find out his alibi so when he actually went to Washington? That could be it. Turquoise.
Yeah,
Hey, Callie, how are you?
that's true.
It's just I don't know. I was thinking about it today, and it's like there's things in this case that make sense, and then there's things in this case that don't make sense.
Yeah.
And it's very weird. It's like a case that makes sense, but it don't make sense.
There's just too many questions.
What was
Yeah.
on the? Well, let me put it this way: what did the prosecutor convince a judge there's enough evidence for his arrest?
See, that's another thing.
All they had was what? White Elantra?
White Elantra on camera and DNA on the sheet.
Well,
But
they haven't done the DNA yet, have they? Or have they? Well,
I would
that's
think that
okay,
would be
they
the
had the
first
DNA
thing.
on the sheet when they were inside the house.
yeah. But see,
So
here's another thing that's been brought up as far as the DNA. Hey, H Town, how are you? Um, which doesn't make sense. What's the girl's name? Is it Jules of All Trades? Is that her name? She actually did a very good video about the the PCA out in Washington in order to obtain the search warrant to search Bryan's house, office, and that storage locker. For whatever reason, the officer at WSU who went in to get the search warrant, in her PCA, she puts that it was brought to her attention about some DNA, but she didn't want to include that in the affidavit. Well, that was like the main thing in Brett Payne's PCA that was used in order to obtain the search or the arrest warrant to arrest him. So why was she saying in hers, and I can bring it up real quick because I don't remember exactly how it's worded. Oh no! I don't want to leave. Hold on, y'all. I just almost straight exit myself completely out of StreamYard.
It's easy to do.
Yes. Let's see. What page was it on? I think page 15. I don't know this PCA yet as good as I know the other one, but I think it's page 15. I thought I wrote it down somewhere, but apparently I didn't. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it real quick because I want to read it verbatim how she put it in here.
they haven't released the warrant, have they?
Uh,
Or for the probable cause.
What do you mean they haven't released it? I have a copy of it, of the PCA from Washington. Is that what you're talking about?
No, the one to go into Pennsylvania because that's where he was arrested.
Well, that affidavit was done that's the PCA from Idaho that they used to obtain the arrest warrant to arrest him in Pennsylvania.
Wasn't that from the DNA they found in the neighbor's trash of his dad?
Well, yeah, they include that in the PCA from Idaho, and
That,
I can bring it back up in just a second. I gotta figure out how I
that in
can.
it that wasn't included in the PA one?
There wasn't a PA one. There wasn't a probable cause affidavit in Pennsylvania
Okay, so how did they arrest him?
with the one from Idaho.
Okay.
And I have all of the stuff from Pennsylvania too. I just have to jump to another website for that one.
Okay.
Okay, let me. I don't
Gosh,
think
it's
I
been
can.
so long, some of this you start to forget because it's
Right.
so complicated.
Yeah. Let me see if I can zoom this in because this one's kind of hard. And if I zoom it in too much, it's going to be blurry. But it says it right here. I don't know if y'all can see that or not, but in the supplemental disclosure regarding the DNA test, it says that I have been informed by Detective J.R. Talbot of the Idaho State Police that on November the 13th, a sheath was recovered at the King Road residence under or next to the body of Maddie Mogan. The Idaho State Crime Lab obtained a male DNA suspect profile from the sheath. This is also referred to in Sergeant Blaker's sworn statement, Exhibit A. Let's see. All right, now I got to find the other part because this part here is regarding. Hey, sweet Melissa, how are you? Regarding this, the next part, number 2, is what is in Payne's PCA. Let's see. So this information is being provided to the court pursuant to my duty and obligation to be fully candid with the court. I do not believe that this information is exculpatory for the suspect. However, if the court believes that it is exculpatory, then the court should consider the supplemental disclosure in its evaluation of the existence of the probable cause or lack thereof. But I'm specifically asking the court to not consider the supplemental disclosure as evidence supporting the existence of the probable cause. The reason for this request is that if the DNA test results are held inadmissible at some point, such a ruling would not impact the findings of the probable cause for this warrant so long as the court is satisfied as to the probable cause regardless of the DNA test results. So why was she like this was I think the 29th that this was done or the 30th? Why was she one thinking that the DNA was going to be inadmissible at court? And this was like done before he was arrested.
Yeah, I don't. Well, that's what I was talking about. I thought, didn't they have this before they went in to seize him?
Wait, say that again?
Didn't didn't they have the DNA and process it and find out it was his dad? And that was before that they went in and seized him and,
Yeah, they got the trash the
right,
27th, I believe it was. The 28th is when they got the results back saying that it was, and it's right in this part right here, at least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from
right.
being the biological father. So
So,
that right there happened with like in 2 days. They collected the trash, they got the trash back to
right.
Idaho,
Because
and the
they
next
can,
day they had the results of it.
yeah, they can get a partial result very quickly. I mean, a good partial result
Mm.
without like the long one. But, yeah, it doesn't make sense that they wouldn't need it.
And Turquoise does have a point though. In my opinion, I think that I think that they knew that they was going to get the actual DNA from BK, and maybe that's
Yeah.
what they. I mean, because they arrested him, he give his DNA, they matched his
So they
DNA
no
to the
longer
sheath, and
needed dads.
Well, what I'm asking is, okay, they find the sheaf, but they still don't know who BK is yet, right?
no, the day that they find it, which was the 13th of November, at that point, no, I I believe the first time his name hit their radar in Moscow was whenever the WSU cops found his car. and
same
seeing
here.
that it was, the white Elantra and all
Right.
this and that and sent it. And I think that was, what did I say the other night? The 29th of November, I believe it was. So they have his name on November the 29th, or let's just say the 30th. We'll give them a 24 hours that they, for them to send the information to Moscow. But Moscow's still asking on December the 19th for people to help find the 2011 to 2013 Elantra.
Now, when they found his DNA on that knife, or found DNA on the knife sheath, can they send that DNA to, I don't know, is it one of those ancestry.coms, or I guess there's several of them, and see if it matches anybody's in there?
Okay, so on the Dateline thing, I don't know if you watched it or not, the last one that came out.
No.
Um, there was, I can't remember who the person was, but they said that what they did is they took the DNA, they put it into a thing, and it came out with a very small list of people, and Kohberger's name came up. Um, and it was said not long after Bryan was arrested, one of his neighbors was talking about that Bryan had told him that he had actually sent in his DNA to one of those genealogical companies, like I guess 23andMe or what's the other ones that they have. Um,
Bryan did
yes.
Ancestry and
Yeah, Ancestry, 23andMe, and I think there's one other one.
there is.
Um, hey, Jet Set, I just can't remember the name of it, but it was one of those companies like that. The guy who was doing the interview that said that Bryan had told him that he didn't mention a name, but he just said that Bryan had told him that he had actually sent his DNA into one of those genealogical companies. And
Wow.
Yeah, see, that's the way I would be going if I was a prosecutor and found it.
Yep.
mhm,
I would send it into them. Says, is there anybody in the United States that matches up
right.
on
But
your
see,
files?
that's one of those things, and like King Scarlet saying she thinks he lied. It's one of those things that it's coming from a source, and we don't know if it's true or not.
Or it could match up to his dad if his dad just wanted to check his genealogy or
Mhm.
whatever.
Yeah, because I mean, I know a lot of people send their. I think you have to spit in a
Not me.
little tube. Oh, I'm not either.
It's just
No.
one more. It's just one more way for the government to track you, because these companies are
Exactly.
selling it to the government.
Right, and
Exactly.
they have like the 23andMe. You can send it in, and they come back and tell you like you're this percent of this and this percent of that, and all that. I'm not sending my DNA to
No.
nobody.
And it doesn't cover Native Americans very well at all. It
And
doesn't even hardly show up. So, okay, so when just later when we get off this subject, ask me what Sloopy said about um, Brent.
okay, or you can go ahead and tell it now if you want to.
Well, she kind of came up with this thing. I thought it was very interesting. She said, because there's a lot of people like you and all that think that there's somebody else that was involved.
Mm-hmm.
So she was wondering if is it, how do you say his last name?
Kopaka.
Kopaka.
Mm-hmm.
If maybe he was involved with Bryan, and then he was freaking out because Bryan was leaving. Bryan left. And so he left the state. So then Kopaka was freaking out, and that's what caused him to have PTSD and that standoff and everything.
Now, the document we saw a while ago, it says at 4:04 a.m. the car is observed on this street, then turns on this street, then does a Y turn, then does this.
Mm-hmm.
And then what is it? 4:05. He's in the house.
I
And
mean,
if it's true that did happen, that means he got dropped off, and the other guy's just riding around trying to find an easy way to get out of there
see,
quick.
Yeah,
that's the
where was the
reason.
car during all of this? That's what I want to know. Where was the car during this happening?
See, that's why I think that there was possibly somebody else driving the car. The car goes in the very first time at 3 something up by the house, and then it leaves and then it comes back and leaves and comes back, and just for whatever reason it's not in the area whenever DoorDash comes in, and then DoorDash leaves and then it shows right back up the last time at 4:04 and it stays there till 4:20.
Right.
That's why I think somebody else was possibly, that's why I'm thinking there's somebody else involved, in that there was somebody driving that car, and whoever the other person was in the car who possibly committed these murders was dropped off early and was either in the house before 4:04 or possibly sitting outside waiting for the right time to go
Right.
into the house.
Because
Yeah.
if you're dropped off, if you're the lone assassin, you're driving that car at 4:04. Let's say you just parked it. You got to go up a hill, jump a fence, go through a glass door, and now it's 4:05.
Well,
All that in
see,
1
Well,
minute.
no, I mean he could have parked in the back
Well,
or
is
in
that
the front.
the thing is though, the car was seen coming back in at
Right.
4:04.
Yeah,
So
I know.
it still has to go up and turn around in front of the apartments, come back down in front of the house, try to park and try to turn around in front of the house,
And then
goes
he was
down the 3-point
supposedly
turn,
and he was
and then
supposedly inside at this time.
go back up to, I guess, behind the house in that little parking area back there. So all of that was happening when the car was first seen coming back on the camera into camera view at 4:04. So you would just think that takes at least a minute or two to do all that turning around, and then once you get parked, you got to go to the house.
Right.
You know,
I see what you're saying now. I'm like thinking maybe a more possibility. And when Sleuthy Goosey was saying that in Melissa J's chat, I was like, oh my gosh, that really is thought that makes you think.
I would say if that was Bryan driving that car and he's the one that went into that house and did the murders, he was in the house by 4:06 to 4:07. And that's after doing all the turning around and trying to park and
Right.
3-point turn and then going back up and finally parking and getting into the house. I would say 4:06 to 4:07.
Okay, question, because it's been a while.
Okay.
Sorry, just a second. So the question I have is, so he went in after the DoorDash, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Why do they think it was like 9 minutes? Or I've heard anywhere from 9 minutes to like 12 minutes.
Because of him showing up the car showing up for the last time going towards the house at 4:04, and then the car leaving at 4:20 for the last time.
That's right. It wasn't 4:25.
No, but see, they're saying the car leaves at 4:20 for the last time. It speeds away from the house at a high rate of speed, and at 4:20. But they're saying that the downloads from Dylan and Bethany's phones suggest that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25.
Right.
That's just another thing that's not
Yeah,
adding up.
I mean, that's all. God, I just think that's so much to do in just like 9-minute time.
it's going to be one of those battles that the defense will win? They're not going to win
Yeah.
the war, but they're going to win some battles, and that right there. And they should have looked that whole thing over before they says, "Hey, Captain, come here. This doesn't add up."
Right.
Michelle, do we have a warning command? I'm sorry, I just seen Michelle post that in chat. I'm like, I don't think we have a warning command for Nightbot.
Oh,
Billy, can you hear us okay?
do I?
Hey guys. Hey, how are you doing?
Hi,
Doing
Philly.
good. How are you?
Good, thanks.
So what you think about all this?
Man, so when is this trial starting? Like, is it gonna be this year, or do you think it's gonna be like spring of next year?
As of right now, it's scheduled for October the 2nd of this year through November the 12th. But I don't think it's going to happen in October. I really think that they're going to push it back.
And then, do you guys think that this trial is gonna be like almost like an OJ type of deal? Like,
It's going to be crazy, I think.
yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
I just I don't, and this, it's something else I thought about today. Um, you know that the Gonzalez family, or well, their attorney on behalf of the Gonzalez family and Maddie's family, they had done the tort claims where they haven't filed a lawsuit yet, but they're letting them know that there is a possibility, and that they have 2 years to do it. So I'm wondering if for some reason the prosecution and or the defense tries to get this pushed back past the 2 year mark. Because I'm thinking that if for whatever reason Bryan happens to walk on this, that's when they're going to make the decision that they're going to file a lawsuit. And I could be completely wrong, but it was just something that kind of like popped into my head today.
Can they file it before, and then if it doesn't happen, drop it?
I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. I think it's going to. Did some parents get notified? I mean, like hours and hours before other parents,
For what?
other victims that, well, your child's no longer with us.
I don't know because the only one that we've heard of talk about when the cops showed up at their house to let them know what had happened is the Gonzalez family. I know that Ethan's mom, I believe she said it was either Hunter or Maisie, had called them, but I never heard a time that they got a phone call saying that something had happened. I haven't heard anything, unless somebody in chat has, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't heard Maddie's family, but I would assume Maddie's family probably would have been right there close with Kaylee's family, and I haven't heard anything about
And
Xanax.
isn't Washington State involved in that suit?
Washington State University, Moscow PD, University of Idaho, and the Idaho State Police.
Wow.
So it's all of, and see, I think it's just based because they haven't given a reason what their lawsuit would be for. Um, Once again, this
What
is
don't
just my
they have to on
well,
the tort?
not on the tort claim. They didn't. They didn't put what it was for, and they didn't put a specified amount. I'm thinking that it's going to be for the way that the investigation was handled, probably among other things. I just have this feeling that if for whatever reason he does walk, if he's a person, I hope he doesn't. But if something doesn't go right, I think that's when they're for sure going to do the the lawsuit.
Do you think? Sorry, I mean to cut.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
All right. So, do you think that's the reason why Ethan's parents were like, "We're not even going to the freaking trial"? It like and I totally get that they don't they don't want to be there because it's almost like it's an open wound, right? Like
Right.
you don't want to. And I would do the same thing. I would not want to be there.
Well, we're talking about, I mean, he was more than a brother. He was a triplet, you know? I mean,
Right.
Right.
that's got to weigh on some of that. I mean,
I think
because
that
I'm a twin and I lost my twin, and there's always like been a part of me that just is feels lost because of it. I can't imagine a triplet how they would feel. I wouldn't want to sit there and see what happened to my twin or triplet. I don't think I
right.
can handle that.
I think that the reason why the Chapin family has decided not to go, one, I just feel like they don't want to give Brian the satisfaction of seeing them upset. Because if you go into that courtroom and you hear the things that went on, naturally there's going to be emotions and there's going to be crying and people are going to be upset. And they don't want that negativity, is how Ethan's mom said it. And she said that you can't change the outcome of it, which is true. Um, but that's mostly what it is. They don't want the negativity, and I think that they're putting uh, Macy and Hunter. There's just like that protection for them. They don't want them to have to go through that.
Right.
And I've seen a lot of people that has bashed them for it.
Yeah. I mean, no, it doesn't change the outcome, and but I don't blame them. I mean, me,
People are
I
bashing
would run
them
it.
for that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Are you
yeah,
serious?
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
that's
Oh, yeah.
stop.
People were
Because
talking
they don't
about
want to
them.
know. They don't want to know any of it. They just want to remember him and things how it was.
Exactly.
They do,
They
Yeah,
want to remember him for what he was to their family.
and
Like
and,
it won't change the outcome. So why should they put themselves through that?
And the
right.
other children are attending University of Idaho, correct?
Yeah, Hunter and Ethan were both in Sigma Chi in the Sigma Chi fraternity, and then Maisie is in a sorority. And so Hunter, when they went back after the holiday break, Hunter went back to the fraternity, and Maisie went back to the sorority. And people, yeah, Philly, they were bashing him, saying, like, why wouldn't you attend? And just saying a lot of rude, mean comments about stuff that Stacy and her husband had said. And I had even mentioned before this last interview that she did for on the Today Show. Um, you never hear them talk about the legal part of this. I've never heard them unless they were asked, "Are you going to attend the trial?" And she flat out says no. And it's always been it's Ethan and the life that Ethan had in their family and how Ethan was. It's always been that part of it, the positive part of it, and it's never been the negative side of it, which is the court and the trial and Bryan and all this and that.
good
And
for
basic,
them.
they're just people heal differently, and this is their way of healing. And if this is the way that they feel more comfortable doing it, I don't understand why people can't respect that.
And if they go to the trial, they got to relive this whole thing all over again.
Exactly.
You know,
Right.
there's going to be some graphic pictures shown.
Oh
Oh,
God.
for sure. And I think that number one, they're putting Macy and Hunter first, and they just don't
Yeah,
want to
I agree.
put them through that. Because if those two kids went to that house that morning, there's no telling what they seen if they walked in that house.
Right. Because I do remember something about them saying that they were there. At least Hunter, I think it was at one point.
Right. And let's see.
But her
What's
car was there.
from how the trial is going? And that is true. Vapor says that those triplets will get daily updates from how the trial is going to be. And see, that's going to be one thing. If they're at, I mean, because the trial, if it happens in October, from October the 2nd to November the 12th, there's going to be people on campus talking about it. So
Yeah.
it's going to be bad enough that they're going to have to hear about it from people on campus.
I'm just trying to figure where they're going to put everybody.
Well, that's if they have it in Latah County.
Right.
I'm still thinking they're going to move it. But even if they move it out of the county and just say to Boise, people on campus are still going to be talking about it.
Yeah, like where are you going to move it in the state of Idaho that nobody knows?
You could move it to Timbuktu. They're going to find out.
Right. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
though that they're going to end up asking for a change of venue. The defense will, and it's going to get moved to somewhere like Boise or something like that, where it would be, hey, Sunflower Dragon, where it would be, even though people is heard of the trial, it would probably be an easier jury pool than what Latah County is going to be.
Now, I saw something else on a channel this morning that's pretty interesting. I don't know how these people find all these documents, but then I did find out how. Victims' rights.
Mm-hmm.
So, according to this channel, and they showed everything was transparent. Dylan receives one. Bethany's name is not mentioned. She doesn't get one.
I've seen
Wow.
somebody else mention that too.
What? Say that again.
All right, Dylan receives, because she's a victim, and she's going to receive a letter from the state attorney's or district attorney's office, and it's going to say, we have so and so arrested, no bond, and stuff like that. It's called victims' rights.
Right.
All right. Bethany's name was not on the list to receive a victim's rights.
That whole thing with Bethany is so strange.
And that's why, according to this channel, that investigator for the defense or detective for the defense, says we want to interview her.
Yeah, that whole thing is just weird.
So is she the one that was in the far
In the
corner
basement.
in the
Yeah.
basement that
Yeah,
didn't hear or see anything?
yeah. She was on the first floor.
Okay.
And another
Well,
thing they said
well,
was they thought that maybe Dylan got out of her window and went down and climbed out of her window and went down to Bethany's room.
well. Let me ask you this: where does it say in the PCA that Dylan says she saw nothing?
No, it
I mean,
doesn't.
Bethany saw
Bethany.
nothing.
No, it just says that the only thing that it says in the PCA about Bethany was that she says that she saw Ethan and Xana at the Sigma Chi house between 8 p.m. on November the 12th to 1:45 November the 13th, and that she was home by 1 o'clock in the morning.
So
You don't hardly
even
hear
if she,
anything
even
about
if she
it at
saw
all.
somebody, even if she saw somebody in the house, they don't have to put that in the PCA. They can
Mm-mm.
just leave that off for right now. We got enough with Dylan seeing him.
Right. Yeah. So
Dylan's looks better because maybe Bethany's contradicts Dylan's.
And I even thought about, if Bethany was at the Sigma Cow house that night, she could have been drinking, and maybe that's the reason why they didn't put her stuff in the PCA any more than what they did. And that's not saying that she was drinking for sure. I'm just saying that could have been a reason why. But I mean, Dylan is saying that she saw this person. He was basically face to face with her. She got a description, his height, his body build, um, walked right by where she was standing at. So that's probably based off of what she's seen and heard versus what Bethany probably seen or heard. Dylan's probably was better to put in the PCA.
Now we don't know if Dylan the door was barely cracked, wide open.
Mm-mm.
She was standing completely out of the room. She's all the way back into her bedroom with the door open. I'm
Yeah, they
thinking
didn't
that door
say.
was right. See, I'm thinking that door is barely cracked. That's why he didn't see her
That's
because
what I
it's
think.
pitch black in there where
But what
he's.
but
Right.
he
With
didn't
the
know
bushy
anything was
eyebrows,
going on.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she described that in the black mask.
But if it's like some people are saying that she just went back to sleep because she didn't think anything was going on, why would she barely open her door?
Well, you
I
see a
mean,
guy with a mask on. Nobody else is wearing a mask. Look at all the parties they had there. Who wore a
Yeah.
mask at the
yeah, but
parties?
how did she know?
Like,
Did
so
she
she
open
had
it
to have seen
back?
something that scared her
Yeah,
to make her in a frozen shock phase and then
right.
lock her
Right,
door.
And
right.
Hey
she
Izzy,
heard a
how are
lot.
you?
Yeah.
And maybe maybe once she saw the guy and then she thought about what she heard, she kind of put two and two together. Still doesn't explain the 8 hour
Why she
gap,
didn't call? Yeah,
Well,
but
and even if she was like intoxicated or whatever, like she heard enough noise that she kept opening her door, right?
right.
3 times.
Yes.
So she was alarmed, and
Oh, yeah, she heard people talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 times she opened that door.
I don't know. Maybe once this does go to trial, whenever it does go, we will get to hear about the 8 hour time frame there and what would have won. Because that's going to be one of like the biggest things that's going to be brought out.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that I am more interested in hearing than almost anything else. Is that one of the big things that I want to hear.
Hmm.
And how many of them jacks you think are going to be called in?
Why would they?
Probably Jack D.
How about this?
Maybe
You
Hoodie
know
Guy.
they're going to get you. What did you mean
Yeah.
by that, sir?
Yeah. They're
Oh yeah,
probably Jack D and Hoodie Guy will probably be the two that's called in. I'm pretty sure there'll be some of the frat guys.
Joe Water.
Um, it's probably going to be a long list of witnesses that they're going to be calling.
yeah, this is gonna be a freaking crazy trial. Like, I did. Is there any word of whether this is gonna be televised? 'Cause this is gonna be what
That's the $1 million question.
Yeah.
Like this can be like a 6-month trial.
I think that's number one thing right now that everybody's waiting to hear about is if it's going to be live streams. Then if it's not going to be, are we going to get to watch any of it like each day after court ends, or if we're just going to get audio, or if we're just going to have to go off of what the media tells us went on in the courtroom?
God, that would be excruciating.
Yeah,
It's
because
just
I mean, at that point, if they don't let us hear or see any of it, and we just have to go off of what the media is saying, everybody and their brother is going to be tuned into Twitter for live tweets.
Oh yeah.
is it literally just up to the judge? Like, how does that work? Like,
Yeah, it's going to be up to the judge. I'm sure the prosecutor and the defense may have some say in it, or
or the state of Idaho? Like,
yeah. But I think it ultimately comes down to the judge's decision whether he's going to allow in there. And then if he does, it may just be where they have the one camera and they figure out what media company is going to handle the camera. Then they may have one in for still shots. I don't know. Well, hey, 9mm, how are you?
so
That's going to be.
it's gonna kind of be like the dude in I'm sorry, the dude in South Carolina.
Murdoch.
Murdoch.
Oh my God, yeah, I can't believe I forgot that dude's name. Maybe because he's so ugly, I can't remember his name, but whatever. But yeah,
He must have took voice lessons because listen how smooth. Of course, he's used to conning people, but listen how smooth as silk his voice is, and how quiet, and calm his demeanor.
and he looks like a freaking pencil. Like, I mean, Jesus, that
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah, y'all. Maddie's boyfriend was Jake, not Jack. There's so many Jacks, and it's easy to get Jack and Jake mixed up.
Right, but definitely they're going to get the guy that was with them.
Yeah, well, that
Nothing.
everybody is saying that is Jack Showalter, but police have not come out and confirmed that. And so until they do, I just always call him the hoodie guy. It's easier to go with it like that. I'm pretty sure though it's Jack Showalter, and I'm pretty sure they're going to have Jack Decor up there, which is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend.
Oh yeah, I would think so.
Let's see, it's like the Nates. Agape love, yes. There was so many Nates and Nathaniels, and
Yeah, there was. Yeah,
I had to give everybody in that case a nickname
yeah, that
to
was
keep
crazy.
up with them. Lady Claymore, you're fine. Let's see.
That's how I was with the Murdoch case. Like, because that dude was on my TV like 24/7. I'm like, this
Yeah.
guy looked so freaking guilty.
Okay, I almost kicked Big Al out of back chat again.
Uh-oh.
Where's Big Al at?
He just popped up in my back chat, and I almost, when I saw the name Big Bushy Al.
Big Bushy. Yo, Big Al, come up here.
What's
Oh, I
up?
love
No,
I
no
almost
making
Yeah.
fun of my eyebrows. No making
There
fun
he
of my
is.
I
eyebrows.
love it.
Your Honor, that's exactly what I saw that night.
All I seen was just Bushy Al, and I was like, okay, this is a troll. I'm kicking him.
I was gonna DM you on Twitter and say it's really me, but I thought it'd be more fun if you kicked me out.
What's up, brother?
Just having a night, but I needed a good laugh, and I figured I'd come out and laugh with my friends for a little bit.
Oh, that's hilarious.
How's the restaurant, man?
Let's not talk about that.
All right. I apologize.
No, you're good. But if I'd rather talk about murder than it's
Yeah.
That's kind of sad, honestly.
yeah, a little bit. No, I saw somebody actually sent me that picture today, and I was like, "Oh, that's absolutely hilarious." I have to change my avatar to that.
That is funny.
It like it got you banned on StreamYard.
I'm sure. I knew you were looking at it like, "Oh shit, he's not up here." What is this?
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
You know, if you're a drug dealer in Moscow, Idaho, you can't wait for this case to get over so the FBI will leave.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah,
Mhm.
Absolutely.
it's
Yep.
it's got to
And,
be pretty hot, as they say.
and that might be another reason they're lingering around. Let's see what else we can find here.
I mean, honestly, I'll be glad when the whole thing is over with and there is a verdict that comes down, and maybe then all of these crazy stories and all that that's coming out will stop.
You know, we've been on this since what, November,
November 13th is when it happened.
and you feel like you know these.
Like a personal connection to the victims.
Right. They're like they're a neighbor down the street,
Yeah.
a buddy, a pal.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Hey, Boomer Girl, how are you? Yeah, it's.
Scarlett, you can't forget to mention the section of the live tonight is brought to you by Manscaped, and we'd like to have you click the like button, and I'll shave my eyebrows.
Well, I hear that commercial all day long. That Manscaped.
Too many people, not enough likes. Come on, guys, just click
all
the thumbs
I
up.
hear is Timu. I don't get the Manscaped one.
I get the Manscaped one like 60 times a day between Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. It's all the time.
Wow. I mean, I know the jingle or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Leonard Sparkles, how are you?
I was
I'm
gonna
sorry, go
say,
ahead.
where was the advertisement for Womanscape? But we already know that already happened. So I think the women are trying to tell the men, you need to do something about your whatever.
Figure it out.
Figure it out. Like there's no Womanscape.
No, Glowbug, nobody's giving me a hint. Every time I get my hair cut, I get my eyebrows trimmed. Nobody likes a bushy eyebrow.
Oh, my husband does too.
Same here. When I get my hair cut, they're like, and I don't know if it's because they're trying to get like the extra tip, but
No,
they're like, "Oh, your hair's done. By the way, do you want me to trim your eyebrows?" I'm like, "Well, all right."
If you're
At this
asking, I
point,
probably need it, so yeah.
yeah.
my
And then
my
here's your $10 tip. Like,
my
I
my,
mean,
my husband actually went and got his ears waxed a couple months ago.
good for him.
It
I
didn't
mean,
hurt at all. I'm
see,
serious.
there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I mean, I got a pedicure like a few years back. They're
Well,
like,
sure.
yeah, they're like, "You want me to trim your toenails and massage your feet?" I'm like, "Okay, well, I guess this is
See,
where my afternoon's going." You know?
I'm a nail tech slash artist, mainly slash artist, and we did pedicures with guys all the time.
So this conversation leads me to a little bit of seriousness. If this Kohberger was trying so hard to hook up, don't
Uh-huh.
you think his stylist would have said, "Hey, these
Well,
caterpillars, they gotta go"?
you would
Well,
think.
he tried to call a lady to get his hair cut, and I
Yeah,
think
I think she says she cut his hair after that,
Yeah, he
I
did.
would
after he called.
I would like to know if she trimmed his eyebrows, because I mean
Did they?
that takes
Okay,
a long time for him to grow like that.
she did an interview. I don't remember. Hey Gigi, I don't remember who it was she did the interview with, but was she asked if she trimmed his eyebrows? Does anybody remember
I
that?
don't know. I haven't seen the interview.
I don't think so. I think she was just talking about he had come in and gotten a cut. Do you have that clip?
Hmm. Let me see if I can find it. Hey Liza, how are you? I'm pretty sure I don't have it on this computer, but I should be able to find it. That would be what, hairstylist?
I just can't imagine looking in the mirror every day and seeing those giant eyebrows and not thinking, maybe I should do something about that.
Like, wouldn't they get in your way, like, looking at your computer? I mean,
I seen like, oh my gosh, it was Christopher
Or even
Lee.
like tying your shoes. Wouldn't they get in the way? Like I can't tie my shoes, my eyebrows are too bushy.
Well,
Well,
maybe he
actually,
doesn't have snow vision. He's got eyebrow vision.
it's a eyebrow problem. And
Well,
I actually have to have my eyelashes trimmed because they're so freaking long.
yeah, mine are too.
And if I don't, the comments are just never ending.
I have problems with my lashes hitting my glasses and stuff.
Yeah, mine will hit my sunglasses and it drives me
Yeah.
nuts.
Yeah. I don't know. My husband will cut his own. I mean, he won't wait for the stylist. He'll trim
Oh
his
hell no! I made that mistake once and went 6 months without an eyebrow.
We had a friend of ours that was like he didn't want to pluck his eyebrows or cut his, so he took one of these little razor things and he slipped, and so he had one eye with an eyebrow and one eye without an eyebrow.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. That was the last time I tried to do it.
It was hilarious. It was like, dude.
I thought I had it all figured out. Boy, was I wrong. I look like a fucking idiot.
Oh
Even more
Lord.
of an idiot than I already am.
Oh, that picture is just hilarious. So, what do you think about that? The thought about maybe Brent Kopaka and Bryan were together on it, and that's why Kopaka lost it. What do you think of that?
I don't know.
Shit.
Who
I bounce back and forth on him being able to do this himself.
who's
I do
Kopaka?
too.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
He's-
the Brent Kopaka is the one that he was in the military, and December the 15th, SWAT. He had, I guess, like a PTSD
Oh, that
moment, and
okay.
SWAT. I would still like to know why SWAT felt like they needed to do that. Honestly,
I know
too.
who you're
He
talking
shot at them, right? Yeah, I think he had a
That's-
firearm in the apartment. He fired it.
yeah, that's what they said. But I mean, is that really the reason? I mean, if he's having a PTSD moment, I know that they did the standoff for like 9 hours, but I would still like to know, even if he's not involved in the Kohberger stuff, still would like to know why they felt like they needed to do that to him.
Well,
Well,
they do that here in this town too. The police,
Yeah, SWAT
and they
doesn't
and
do around
they
here.
figure. Yeah, I mean, this was normal police officers, but SWAT same way. There was a guy who had a knife, and the family couldn't talk him out of it. And then he made one little forward lunge towards the officer. Officer just pulled his pistol and shot him right there. Because most people who know how to work a knife can hit you with that knife 21 feet away before the officer can get his pistol out of a holster.
Okay, I'm still trying to find this video.
But try to find out who the roommates were and who the people were, and you won't be able to.
right,
Yeah.
and you, yeah, it's crazy, and so it's like, okay, how often did he have these PTSD attacks? Like, maybe not this badly, but I mean, and it was on the same day that Bryan and his dad left, right?
Okay, what was that again, Lady V?
This happened, was it the same day as when Bryan and his dad left?
I think Bryan and his dad left December the 13th or 14th, or was it the 12th? And then the
So
stuff
this
with Brent Kopaka happened December the 15th, I believe it was.
Wait a minute. But this had to happen before they left, because this is what his dad was talking about when they got stopped by the cop.
Right. Well, they got stopped by the cops in Indiana, which, okay, so the day that they got stopped by the cops in Indiana is the same day that it happened to Brett.
Right.
So they had already left like a day or two. Hey, Che, how are you?
So the thought pattern to this is they were leaving. This guy lost it. He told them everything or something. I'm not exactly sure her thought pattern, but it is something really interesting to consider.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe this dude drove cross country and got stopped 2 times and still made it here to Pennsylvania. Like,
Right.
that's just crazy to me.
Something-
Oh, and I'm
But-
sure they were following him with drones.
Well, didn't they lose him once?
They did.
Yeah, they lost him once.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
that's when he
claimed
went
they
down
did,
to
and-
Colorado. Well, yeah, it came out that they had lost him for like, was it 12 or 14 hours or
Yeah,
something like that,
yeah,
and they
that
had no idea where he was at until his plates, the plate reader called his plates
Yeah,
in Loma, Colorado.
Well, you know what
Yeah,
blows
they
my
had
mind
no
about that?
idea.
What really shocks me about that is if it was the FBI that was following him, why didn't they just ping his phone? Why? How do they lose somebody for 12 hours when he's got a device and so does his dad?
Yeah.
I
I
don't
don't
understand that. 12 hours doesn't make
Yeah,
sense.
I don't either. It doesn't make sense, but I'm sure the last thing they
They had to
expected
get
was,
gas. They had to use a credit card.
yeah,
I mean, you would think they'd have their cards flagged. You'd think they'd be watching their phones. It just doesn't make sense to me that they lost him for 12 hours.
yeah, that's crazy.
I have a funny feeling that the agent that followed him wasn't telling anybody that he lost him.
Yeah, it's like, oh
You still
shit.
behind him? Oh yeah, I got him right here. I don't see him. They just
Okay,
stopped for a hot dog.
I'm looking at the New York Post dated June 7th, 2023. And it says the FBI on Thursday denied losing Bryan Kohberger during a 3-day cross-country road trip before his arrest in the high-profile murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
That's amazing that took him 3 days with 2 drivers.
They took the long way home.
Yeah, they took the long way home.
Yeah.
But even still, I mean, with 2 drivers, that's. I mean, I don't know.
Well, my husband and I drive to Virginia from right in the middle of the United States in 3 days.
I just wonder what the conversations were in that long drive home.
That's what, yeah, because I mean, okay, so my husband and I, it's what, 1,500 miles or something close to that from where we are.
Silly, thank you for donating those. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of quiet times. There's a lot of things, that you just say you're not really even thinking anymore. You're just like bored and you say whatever. I mean, I don't know. I really wonder if he told his dad.
I'm surprised the FBI didn't put a tracker on that phone.
Yeah. Or the
Somebody
car.
goes, yeah. So I mean the car. I'm sorry. Go out there and snap something underneath it where he can't find it. Looks like a rusty old bolt or something.
Well, they had 2 opportunities. He was stopped twice. All they had to do was, slap it on there.
Yeah, I don't think he told his dad. Like, if that guy had any idea.
I don't know. They seem pretty close.
Yeah, it's true.
I would hate to know that if he told his dad, that's a big if, that he took out 4 people and you're going to spend the night with me.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'll have an eye open all night. How'd you sleep last night? Not very good.
Yeah, really. I locked and bolted my door and had my gun next to me, and yeah, I mean that would be scary as hell.
Because the dad seemed like so chill in the car. He was just like, oh, yeah, I'm driving with my son and we're just hanging out and we're driving to Pennsylvania. I'm like, and then you look at Kohberger's face. He's just like all serious.
He's like,
That's
Dad, it's almost like he's looking at his dad and he's like, Dad, you're saying too much. Shut up.
That's like,
Yeah, exactly.
Rich, thank you so much for being a member for 2 months. And he says, too much, Lord Jesus. 2 months. And he says, Scarlett, I am 2 months old.
2 months old. Hey, Shay's here. Savinae's here. She was the one talking to Sleepy Goosey.
So when did Kopaka pass away? Was that when Bryan was on his long distance trip, or?
Yeah, December the 15th.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why it was.
There's another irony.
Maybe Shay can come up and explain it better than I explained it because it was very interesting the way that Sleuthy Goosey put it.
Yeah, if she wants to come up, she is more than welcome to.
Hey Shay, could you come up and explain what Sleuthy was saying about Brent Kopaka? Would you mind, hun?
Okay, so the hotel that they found, the hotel state information was the Comfort Inn. Hey, Winger, how are you? Must have got lost. How are you? So yeah, I threw the link out. If she wants to come up, she is more than, and there she is. How are you?
Hey Shay, you're muted.
I know, I'm backwards. Hey guys.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, Shade.
Good.
Hi, Shay.
What's going on? Long time no talk, Big Al.
No kidding. I was just gonna say that. It's been a long time. Good to see you.
Has. Good to see you too, friend. Hello, Miss Scarlett.
Hello.
Yeah, so Sleuthy was just kind of explaining that like it started around looking at when they were zeroing in on suspects, and so what we did is like went back to like Moscow's PD's YouTube page, and like December 12th they put out kind of that they were re-interviewing people, and I think what kind of tipped her off of that date that she found interesting is this time of when at December 12th it starts correlating when the Brent Kopaka situation happened.
Mhm.
And not long after that, you know, you have Bryan headed out of town. We later see that, you know, they're pulled over, and they're even bringing, or him and his dad or whatever brought up the situation happening there. And so I think kind of what she was just kind of explaining was like, with the wording that Ellie used about re-interviewing people and seeing kind of where those leads take them, like, did somebody tip off? It could be Brent or it could be Bryan, because not long after that, did you see like an increase in the amount of Ellie or FBI agents that they had? And then the warrants start being issued in search of finding Bryan. So that's kind of where she was saying like seemed like it was kind of like a tipping point, and the timing of everything is coincidental, whether it's related or not. It's just interesting.
Right. And I
Right.
had never heard anybody say that before. I was like, wow.
Yeah. So I mean, I was just kind of like putting, you know, trying to put everything together, because I think as you're like thinking through the case, you know, you definitely want to be like fact based, but it's hard not to see everything else happening around it. Like, is it just coincidental? Is it just happening because it's there and not related at all? I don't know. I think more will come to tell. You know, I've told Big Al like several times from chat, like I am like dying to know this tech data. You know, like to
Yeah,
me,
it's
that's going to be everything.
It's killing me.
Yeah. So
And like
I
you
think
said, it's hard to not look at this and say, hey, Kate, wait a minute. These are big events happening in a very small town.
Mm-hmm.
How do you not try to put them together?
Yeah, and I think and one thing like Suthi pointed out was that you should be at the time where you can request the information about the Brent Kopaka case, but I don't think it's been made available to the public yet, from my understanding.
There's got to be
And
body cam.
yeah, and people are kind of, you know, questioning why it could that be. But I thought, and I don't know where, I mean, I would probably need to like look into this more, but when there is a SWAT takedown, that it does have to get reviewed and kind of goes through its own kind of civics process of it, because the family could like press charges. And that was just kind of something I heard bounced around. I can't remember. It was a lawyer that was talking about it. I can't remember who was saying that though.
Usually, all shootings will get
Yeah,
reviewed. Here in my city, if a police officer discharges his firearm he goes on administrative leave and he
Right.
surrenders his firearm
Right.
Yeah.
until the review board has met and the state attorney is satisfied.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he
That's
gets a
what I
death
always
Minnesota
penalty.
too.
understood too. Well, I had a lot of law enforcement in my family, and that's what they had to do. It
Yeah, I'm
just
not
made me wonder.
familiar.
I just thought it was really interesting. I'd never thought about it before.
Well, I mean, I think that I think people like speculate, differently as they approach cases on how they feel about it and interpret that information. And I'm just one of those people, like, I want to know it all. I don't care if you think it's a rumor or not. I just
Yeah,
want to hear
Right.
it. And
definitely.
yeah, and you got to be able to know like your own boundaries of that and how far you want to take it. And I've just had a really hard time connecting a lot of the rumors that have been going on personally. I've gotten really frustrated and rage chatted a few times, and I'm like, I just need to kind
Oh,
of like take
yeah,
a step back. Yeah, because I just, I
that's
mean,
ridiculous.
I'm one of those that like I want to be kind to the victims and their families. Like I don't want to disparage them in like one of the worst times that
No,
they're
I
ever
don't either.
experiencing.
Oh,
It,
Well, see, that's what we were
Charlie
talking
gets
about a while
mad.
ago. The victims, everybody in that house received a victim's rights notice, except for one person, Bethany. Now, I just hope that's an error by the court
Really?
or something. But why didn't Bethany get a victim's
Yeah,
right?
that's so weird.
The four deceased, their parents received them.
And
Dylan
she
received
was the
one.
one that actually saw him walking down the hallway,
No,
right?
Bethany. No,
That
Bethany
no,
was.
Dylan saw him in the
Oh,
hallway,
Dylan.
almost, yeah,
Okay.
pretty close. She goes in a frozen shot, and she can say he had bushy eyebrows and a black mask, and he was clad in black. Now, what we don't see is what did Bethany tell law enforcement, and for whatever she told them, they decided not to put it in the PCA.
And the defense wanted to talk to her about it.
Right. And remember, what did they say? She has evidence that will do what? It will just about release him.
Immediately exonerate. I think
It
were the words
was
they used.
exculpatory.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it was exculpatory
Yeah.
evidence. And so
So why isn't it
this
now?
has now became the new wild card in the deck is now Bethany. Of
So
course,
when you
Dylan's
say
probably happy to get this heat off of her.
when you say she didn't get a victim's rights thing, is that published or
Yeah, it's under
You're muted.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I'm still here. I was just watching
I'm sorry,
something in
okay, I'm
chat.
back. Yeah, that comes under case number CR 29-22-2805.
okay.
One of the crime channels this morning had it on there and showed it all the way through there. She goes, look at everybody getting this and get receiving different things. And she goes, when I come down here to victims' rights, she goes, I decided to open that up, and it shows everybody receiving a victim's rights or being sent one, except for Bethany.
Was it being sent one or receiving one? Because didn't Bethany skip town?
Well, she still gets one. I don't care if she lives in Alaska.
Well, right. If they can't hand it to her, they haven't delivered it to her. They don't know where she's at. Maybe right away.
But she's not on the agenda or the manifest to receive one.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Is
Okay,
that the
yeah,
list of,
that's
you
where
know where
we're
I'm
at.
going?
I
And,
wonder
and,
why though.
and I'm just hoping it's an error. They left her name off.
Well, if they didn't know where she was, they couldn't deliver it to her. Did they know where she was yet? I mean, did she tell the police where she was going when she
Well,
bounced?
the worst part is she's not on the manifest to receive one. That's what that manifest
That's
is.
strange.
Right.
Because they
And
would have to know where she's at.
sure they do.
Especially if she's going to be a witness to this. They would have to have a phone number and or an address in order to get in touch with her.
Yeah.
I mean, she does have a no contact order with the rest of them, so I did notice that.
Well, they know how to get in touch with her because they just got in touch with her about the subpoena to come to Idaho. And then evidently, I don't know if that got squashed with that grand jury
Who's
or
the no contact order for?
I have to read it, but I think it's like they're not to be contacted by.
probably the
Um,
defense can't contact them, I guess.
I
That's
think
probably
it's
why they
probably
went through the
Bryan
judge.
and them. Yeah,
Bryan and the defense. Oh, okay.
yeah, because there's one for like the parents of each of the children, and then also for Dylan and Bethany. I have to go look at it, but the dates are all kind of different of when they're signed. They do jump a little bit, and but they're pretty nearby. I think some people thought that was kind of interesting. Like, did some information come out a little bit here and there? I mean, you could take one date and run a mile with it in this case.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, so wait, you're saying that Bethany's name wasn't on that? Is that what you said, or was it Dylan?
It was Bethany's name is not on the victim's rights.
Well, she does have an attorney, so they would, they would, I guess, anytime they would need to get in touch with her, they would have to go through her attorney.
Right. And they got in touch with her because
Right.
obviously
Yeah.
she was supposed to report, and then her
Mhm.
attorney worked things out. And now, are they still going to meet? We asked that last night. Nobody knew. Are they still going to meet halfway, or?
I'm wondering if she still had to do the interview with uh, Brian's attorneys.
Well, you got a question there, but we know who two of the witnesses are going to be: Dylan and Bethany.
Yeah, Betty Jo says, I have a question. How do any of you know who the witnesses are? They haven't put out a witness list yet, so we really don't know. I mean, Dylan and Bethany, the rest of them, we were just kind of guessing, Betty Jo, who they possibly could be, as far as Jack D and Hoodie Guy and all that.
Well,
Who
Ava,
is Hoodie Guy, by the way?
Hoodie, he is the guy that was walking with Kaylee and Maddie when they left the Corner Club and went to the food truck. It's been said that his name is Jack Showalter, but police have not come out and confirmed that. So I just always call him the Hoodie Guy.
He was the most popular guy for a long time,
Lord.
for about 2 weeks.
Right.
Yeah.
I listened to that audio in 4 different places today. I still can't make out what everybody's saying.
Yeah, it's hard to make out what
just
he
don't.
says.
I'm not hearing it.
yeah, it's
But-
horrible.
Do they think that he went to the house with them? Or
No, they know that he didn't go to the house with them because they actually got a ride by a private driver, and Kaylee's sister had found the ring cam footage, and I guess whoever owned it must have showed it to her because she knew what time they actually got home based off of what the police were saying. But he never, when they left, it was almost like they ditched him because that's
It was, yeah.
on,
Even like
on the video. That's what it looks like, that they just ditched him, didn't say bye, thank you for walking with us. And forever, that's why a lot of people thought that he might have had something to do with it. But then whenever that video comes out of them walking down the street, and you can hear them, they're all laughing and joking, and the girls don't act like they're concerned about him. It's just like three friends walking down the street laughing and joking. And I think it kind of changed a lot of people's minds about him.
yeah.
And when you see the two young ladies, when they leave, he's bolting a different way.
Well,
Right.
and he kind of throws his hands up like,
yeah,
Like, where the hell y'all going?
yeah, what the hell?
Yeah.
It was like he was their chaperone for the night, or a
Well,
miniature bodyguard.
If my understanding was that at some point he had said that he was actually with them to protect them because they were pretty out of it.
Right. And I mean, and that's after I saw that second video come out of him walking down the street. That's kind of the way I took it. He was just making sure that they got to the food truck. He stayed until they got into the car. They probably said, we're gonna walk to the food truck, and then once we get there, we're gonna call for a ride to come pick us up.
And then
And
Adam became the biggest name on the market.
That was
Right.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Hot Adam.
hmm
Mhm.
What did you see? And what did you tell him? I told him everything. And then what comes after that? You know they're
I
going to
still want to
get you.
know.
It's very, I mean, to me,
Sounds like
it sounds like they're going to get you for that. But he
Yeah.
doesn't say, if that is what it said, in my opinion, he's not saying it with a concerned voice. It's almost like he's joking,
Yeah.
like, Maddie, they're going to get you for that. He could have been meaning, if that is what was said, Kaylee and Jack for telling Adam that. And a lot of people took it completely out of context and ran with a bunch of craziness. So
Like Ellie is going to get you for that. Well, for what?
I don't think the end of that conversation can even be referred to until there's clean audio,
Yeah.
because
I-
everybody has a different idea of what was actually said.
I think it was innocent, but I think you can't help but find, some kind of attachment to the victims and just curious about their lives. And you know what I mean? Like, when I say I want to know what it was, it's not to think he's any part of anything, but it was, it was just kind of last conversations of the night, drunk college kids going to the food truck,
Exactly.
it's so innocent.
Right. Exactly. That's what I think too. I don't think it had any meaning for really anything. I mean, it may be, I think they were joking, I think. But
Well, I'm still not buying that they saw this car riding around at 4:04, but they got him in the house at 4:05. I just can't get through that.
yeah, I have so many questions about the PCA because it just don't make sense. NorCal Jim, how are you?
I know.
Hey, everybody.
Hi, NorCal.
What's
Where y'all
up?
been? Not much, trudging along.
How's your knee feeling?
It's pretty good. It's kind of almost normal, but still can't do a lot. But thanks for asking.
Aw.
Hey, did you
Glad-
hear about this woman with the Ethan's mom with the interview?
Yeah, I played it last night.
Oh, was okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on the Today Show.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then the book that she put out. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she made us all cry.
Yeah, it was very hard to watch,
Yeah, that one
honestly.
tore me up.
You could
I ain't gonna
tell
lie.
she wanted to cry.
Yeah.
It's something like in her voice, it like trembles. So it's like you feel like everything she says.
Yeah.
I think she was fighting back, crying the whole time.
Yes, because she could see the pictures that they were showing on the camera to us. And yeah, she kept, like, when they would change, you could see her like cutting her eye down looking at them.
And when you see the kids going back to the same university, it's like, you're not going to define me and you're not going to choose my destiny.
Right. Very strong family. I mean,
Very strong.
Yeah.
Gonzalez family is very strong family, and they're doing things differently, I believe, but at the same time, they're both very. I don't see how they're holding up the way they are.
Well, the thing that I thought about too is why haven't we heard from Ethan's dad? Is he on the same page?
There has been interviews with Ethan's mom and dad. There was, who did they did one together when they were at the Tulip Farm, and it was asked to them then if they were going to go to the trial, and they both said no.
So do you think none of them, even do you think any of them are going to go to the trial?
Yeah, any of the Chapin family, no, I don't think they're going to go.
No.
And Miss
I don't
Chapin
blame
has
them.
said,
I don't blame them.
they don't want that negativity. And I mean, yeah, it's just, I think they're mostly putting Maisie and Hunter, trying to protect them, because like we were talking earlier, they're going to hear about it, what's going on in that trial on campus. They don't need to be in the courtroom to hear
They want to move
everything
on
that
with
happened.
their lives,
Right.
and yeah, and the twins, like
Right.
they all want to move on with their lives, and I totally get that.
Right.
Like
get it.
whether that dude gets, whether Kohberger gets crucified in a jail cell or whatever, it's not going to change what they lost, right?
I'd
Right.
give 3 to
Yeah.
1 odds that they're going to be there for the sentencing if he's found guilty. They'll give a victim impact statement. I guarantee it.
I'm gonna put
thought about
$100
that.
on the fact that $100 says that the dad is at the trial. I don't think the mom's gonna be at the trial.
You
I
think the
think the
dad's
dad-
going to show up?
Yeah.
I think as a dad, I mean, I don't have any kids, but I think I'd want to be there. I don't know
Yeah,
how
I
much of
would
it I
too.
can take.
Yeah.
I can't say that I'd be there for the whole thing, but I think I'd want to be there.
Yeah. I mean,
agree.
as a
I'd have to-
parent, I would, but I also see their point of view
Yeah.
also.
I can too, but if it was my kid, I mean, we can sit here and say I would do this and that, but unless you're in this situation, you really don't know what you would do. I think I would want to be there for every minute of it.
I would want to go just so I could stare at the back of the person's head and let
Yeah.
them know I am sitting right here behind you.
You're not going to win. Yeah.
Exactly. But that's just me. Other people handle things differently.
Right.
The family usually sits on the prosecutor's side.
I would stare at the side of his head and he would feel my eyeballs stare right at him.
Yes. Lost. See, that's why we love you.
Right.
He would know that I was there and he would feel it, honestly. But like I said, that's just me. That's how I would handle the situation.
You'd be on YouTube learning how to throw your voice so you can sit behind him and go,
That's why we love this. That's why we
Motherfucker.
love this channel.
I
See,
would probably
Scarlett?
get contempt of court.
Scarlett, if I was him,
I
I would
would.
stand up and I'd say, Your Honor, would you tell this lady to quit staring at me? I'm a happily married man.
Scarlett would be jumping over that freaking drawer.
I'm gonna be honest. I
She'd
don't
be in
see.
contempt.
She would
some-
deck that dude.
I don't
But-
see how some families can sit in a courtroom and compose themselves like that.
I don't either.
I really don't.
I'd have a hard time.
And for the ones that do jump on the person convicted or on trial for hurting their loved one or murdering them, I don't blame them for attacking them. Honestly,
Oh, I don't either. Some
it's-
of them are just like you can just feel their pain so deep.
I would attack that fucker outside the courtroom. Like, there's no question. Like,
Oh well, that doesn't happen.
I would be-
anymore.
well,
You mean they have so much protection that
Yeah.
you're not going to
No
get
way.
to them.
yeah. Well,
Fortunately.
I would bypass that protection and I would freaking hit that motherfucker.
But how would you? Hey, but Philly, how
Wait,
would you feel if later you found out he was innocent?
hmm.
I would want to know why they thought that he was guilty and did it.
So let me ask you this. How do you feel about the Goncalves family and how they're handling things and then how Ethan's family is? Like, do you think it's just different ways to grieve? Like, is one stronger than the other?
Yes. No, it's different ways to grieve. Like,
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I mean,
Well-
I love the fact that the Gonzalez family is out speaking about it, but I also see the Chapin family's point of view too, and why they don't want to. I mean, the Gonzalez, they have other kids. They have 4 other kids, where the Chapin family have the 2, but the 2 that they have were the triplets.
Yeah,
And
that
it's-
makes a complete difference.
yeah, I think it's just a little bit because I've always heard, if you have a twin or you're a triplet or whatever, you always feel what the other one feels, and there's no telling what Maisie and Hunter is feeling.
Right.
I mean, pain, I'm sure, but I think that is what their main focus is. Because I've said this before, you don't hear them talking about the court side of this case unless they have been asked if they're going to the trial, and they will flat out say no. I think that they were even asked in the interview that they done when they were at the Tulip Farm about the death penalty, and they said that they would not speak on that.
Right.
I think it's just their main focus is Maisie and Hunter and putting out to the public how Ethan was, the type of person that he was. I think that is their main focus. They don't want the negative part of it, which is completely understandable. They want nothing but positivity, and maybe that's what helps them in the healing process. But at the same time, I love how Mr. Gonzalez and his family is out there. Like,
Too.
he's got pit bulls after him. you can't come to our state and do this to our babies. And so,
Now he lives in Arizona.
no, he's in Idaho.
Oh, he's in Idaho.
Xana's dad is in Arizona.
Okay.
I'll tell you, if I was Steve, I would be like, put me in a like steel cage match with him.
For sure.
Who do you think would win?
Gonzalez.
Yeah, there's no
Right? Just
Yep.
out of pure hatred and forget the age difference
Yeah.
and the height difference and the weight difference
Rage is a
and the
powerful
previous
thing.
training that Bryan has. But yeah,
Of course, you want to pat down BK before he gets in the ring in that cage. Make sure he's not bringing any foreign objects with him.
True.
no knives.
No knives.
Yeah, the grieving thing, like what somebody was saying, how everybody grieves differently, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So like my father passed when I was 18 years old, and my mother was like in her 40s or whatever. And my sister was 8 years old, and so there was the dynamic of how is everybody handling this grieving. So like my mother was like, "Oh, I lost my husband. I can't deal with this, and how's my life going to go on?" I was 18 years old. And I'm like, I just became an adult, and I have my whole life ahead of me, and I have this girlfriend and this and that, and my 8-year-old sister is like, "Hey, I'm playing with Barbies," right? So like you can try to handle the grieving process, but it depends on what stage in your life you're at,
Well, the
right?
thing that she said in the interview, though, she was like, "Oh, I can't. You can't. You can't." Like she's like, we don't want to be a part of the negative. Like you can't avoid the negative though, because someone killed their son.
Yeah, everything about it is negative.
Yeah.
It's impossible. I can't find a positive in any of it until there's a conviction.
No, but you don't have to focus on that.
They're just angry.
You don't have to like just lose yourself in that pain.
But like Philly said, everybody reacts differently.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
mean, it's when I lost my parents 30 days apart, and my whole family, every person grieved differently. Everyone.
I'm
All
sorry
the
to hear that,
nephews,
man.
nieces, my sisters, myself. I mean, even my two sisters and myself, we were totally different in how we handled it.
Yeah, my sister and I were too.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's it's been 5 years now, so it's.
I tell you what, though, it is a weird feeling when both of your parents are gone.
Yes.
Yes.
Very, very
You kind
strange.
of feel like an orphan.
And I wonder what the grieving process is for a parent losing a child versus a child losing their parent. I would have to think, and again, I don't have kids, but I would have to think that would be just debilitating.
Well, that's a
right.
natural process. Is the kids know sooner or later they're going to lose their parents. Parents never
Right.
expect to lose their children.
Especially not so violent.
Oh, it's
Right.
worse for the parent losing a child. No one expects to lose your child. I mean, that's a saying. Yeah. I couldn't imagine outlasting one of my kids. That would be terrible.
Yeah, because the saying that a parent is not supposed to outlive their child. That is just, I can't imagine, honestly, something happening to one of my kids.
I would lose it.
Here's the thing too. Like this is the thing. Like in the interview, I noticed that Ethan's mom has never mentioned Xana at all. Her name never came up. Do you think that any of these family holds like any resentment toward each other?
That's a good question.
That is
You
a
know,
really good question.
Yeah.
I've wondered about that on and off throughout.
But here's the thing: weren't they were college roommates? It's not like all these families knew each other.
No, I think the only ones that knew each other was Kaylee's family and Maddie's family. I think
So
they were the
they're
only
Yeah,
bound
they
two.
by
were tight.
tragedy. They're not bound by friendship.
Yeah.
No, but if let's say
No, but Ethan and
Ethan-
Xana were dating, so Ethan's family not bringing up Xana at all.
A
is
lot
very
of people
possible.
have brought that up. Now, the only people in Ethan's family that I have heard that has said anything about Xana, and it was nothing bad, it was all good, was Ethan's older half brother that
Yeah, no.
was by his dad from a previous relationship.
Yeah, so
Uh,
if Ethan's, do you think Ethan's family holds resentment over Xana, uh, because maybe they feel like if she wasn't around, he wouldn't have been there that night.
Well, that's
somebody brought that up.
They love Xana.
That's very possible. Yeah.
I think honestly, this is what I think. I think that any family that thinks maybe one of the other kids was the reason why BK came in there
Ding, ding,
might,
ding, ding,
might
ding.
have hard feelings for who they think he was after, because their kid wouldn't have been hurt if they hadn't been after that person. But
And the thing with some of these channels out there that are saying stuff that they're saying about Xana being a dealer or Maddie flushing something, that's not good for these parents either. Because, and I'm just going to use the Chapin family for example. Let's say that they didn't know anything about Xana other than her and Ethan were dating and that they were both happy. And then all these rumors start coming out. Well, how did these people know that are putting this out that this isn't putting something that thought into Ethan's family's head? And they get to thinking, well, you know what? She was into this kind of stuff. If she wouldn't have been around my son, he would still be here with us.
exactly.
Right.
And people need to, when they go to throwing out stuff that they have no proof of, they need to think about the victims' families and the stuff that they hear, because don't think that these family members isn't watching YouTube and reading Facebook and looking at Twitter and Reddit and all that, because they are.
Yep. They're reading everything.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Like
it's
that's
like anything else. You got to vet anything that you hear. You hear someone say something, or you see a meme or some Insta post or whatever. You got to vet everything, and that's where, unfortunately, I think that sometimes in this community, people jump on whatever bandwagon, and it could be locally or much bigger than that with bigger news outlets, and they start to report stuff because they want to be the first one that has it to say it, and then you have to retract it because it's not working.
I mean, me personally, I could give two shits less about putting something out first. I would rather go with facts over being first. And some people just don't see it like that. And I don't grasp
and
their mind thought.
that's why we gravitate to your channel.
It's just, it's,
No, seriously. Like that is why we gravitate to your channel, because nobody here is trying to force their opinion.
no. And I mean, everybody's opinion is welcome here, and they don't have to worry about getting bashed and criticized for their opinion. Because I mean, I know that there is people in here that think that Bryan is completely innocent, and to me, that is fine. But just like the guy who came in last night and saying stuff, I was fine until he put that out about Maddie, and then I kind of lost it.
He was trying to get a rise out of you 100%.
And he got it, because
he was trying to.
There was absolutely no proof of that, but he's in a chat saying it is facts, and that is a very dangerous thing. And it's
he is doing that 100% on purpose.
And the same person has been sending emails for the last 3 days, and I read through like the first few of them, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm not going any further than this one, because it's some wild stuff.
And the bigger you get, the more of those guys you're going to see. That's just, the more subs you get, and the bigger the faster you end up on the algorithm, the more of that you're going to see.
But
Yeah.
it's ridiculous though that people have to do that.
People go in, that's what they get a thrill out of, is upsetting somebody.
And I mean, I don't understand it. I could, like I said, I could care about putting something out first. I would rather vet it, and if it's not factual and I can't put proof along with it, I won't put it out.
Exactly.
It's
Scarlett,
just
you remember
uh-huh.
when most of us talked about we don't want to see the house torn down,
Right.
and that's supposed to be torn down before the trial starts, correct?
It's supposed to be done according to the university. It's going to be done this summer.
Can you imagine if they demolish that house and we get a hung jury?
Oh God.
Shit. Hey, folks, I'm gonna bounce. I gotta go take my dog for a walk. But thanks for having me up on panel. It's been a while. Good seeing you, Shay, Riddler, Lady V, Big
Nice
Bushy
to meet
Al, and Filio. I don't know you guys, but how you doing?
Right on. Nice to meet you, Jim.
Good night, man.
Good night,
Yeah.
Jim.
Thank you for
Yeah,
All
coming
right.
good to
up.
see you,
Good
Jim.
seeing you again,
Yeah.
Jim.
All right, cool. We'll see you soon. Bye.
All right, have a good night. I mean, what are these people who are putting all this stuff out there? What are they going to do whenever this goes to trial and everything that they put out as facts is proven to be
They don't care.
lies?
They're going to change their handle and keep doing the same shit on the next case.
Yeah, they don't care.
I'll come back as the Green Arrow.
The Green Arrow. Oh, I love the Green Arrow.
Shay, I'm curious. You weren't here when we had that conversation. How do you feel about that? Do you think they should leave the house up?
I do. I do
think
think
so.
until the trial is over.
I think that's the consensus of like 99% of the people, except for the few it's out there. Well, they've got 3D scan of it.
That's
So
just
what?
not the same. You
You
just
can't
don't
lean
get
on
the
you can't
feeling
lean
of the,
on tech for everything. You just can't.
yeah.
I mean, you can't hear you can't feel the house as the house that happened in
They
through
didn't tear
the
down
3D
that
screen.
house yet.
Huh?
They didn't tear down that house yet.
No, it's supposed to be done this summer.
It's just boarded up.
Yeah, they got it boarded up, and then they've got a fence. Or did they still have the fence up?
Yeah,
And
they
a
have a
cop out
fence
front.
and a guard,
Or
a security
no,
company.
like
Like
a little
security company sitting in a porta potty.
yeah, it's like a
Yeah,
little
something like a little
portable
trailer.
guard
God.
shack with an air conditioner in it or something like that.
I hope
That's the
he
best
has
way to.
TV or something, man. That would be a boring job.
Wow.
They probably got tired of paying the gas for them sitting in their cars, letting it run for 8-hour shifts or whatever it was that they had to sit there when it was
Yeah.
cold. I mean, they could have got them the trailer and put a heater in it for them.
That would get expensive.
Right.
Well, I mean, I kind of looked at it as like, why would they not like want to keep the house up when it's not a guarantee that you have a crime scene preserved like that? I mean, I just kind of think it's foolish not to.
My thing is they're going to tear it down and they're going to be like, uh-oh, we needed something else from that house, or we needed the jury to go through it, and we can't do it anymore
Yeah.
because the house is no longer here. You know,
And that's why the defense is okay with it being gone.
Exactly.
We're fine with it, tear it down. But I don't understand why the prosecution's okay with it.
I don't either. Because I don't care what you do, a 3D rendition of it, you can't fill the space. You can't get okay, I'm gonna say this, I might be weird, but you can't really feel the spirit of the house. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, it's you can't feel it. There's the noises,
right?
Just the creaks in the house, and when you're walking on the floor, and when you're going up the steps, and if you're in Dylan's room, can you hear something going on in Kaylee or Maddie's room, or even in Xana's room, or if you're in not Brittany, Bethany's room, can you hear what's going on in Xana's room?
That's
Do
the
the
one I
stairs
want
creak?
to know.
Right.
That's the one I want to know. I want to know how much Bethany could hear.
I want to know if the stairs creak.
Oh,
I
I'm
mean,
sure they do. That's
and see, this is
well built.
this is another thing I was thinking about. When you live in a house long enough, and there's other people that live in the house with you, you tend to learn how each person walks
Right.
throughout that house.
Oh, yeah.
So if Dylan is in that room and those stairs are going up to the third floor or right by her room, she's going to know if it's Kaylee going up and down them stairs, or if it's Maddie going up and down them stairs, or if it's, let's just say, Xana or Bethany. So I'm wondering if she heard, if Bryan did do this, if she heard him going up those stairs and realized, wait, that's not Maddie and that's not Kaylee,
Yeah,
not
because his
Ethan or
footsteps
Xana.
would have to be it'd be a whole lot heavier.
But
Right. Even
Yeah.
if he's trying to be quiet, it's still going to be a different sound. And he
Yeah.
literally had, whoever did this had to pass by that girl's bedroom at least 3
At least,
times.
yeah.
And he had to be almost running. Let's
Yeah.
not forget that. He wasn't taking his time. There's no way. Not if the timeline's right.
I just don't get how she says that he just walked by her and walks towards the
Yeah.
back door.
Was he walking by her, or was he kind of jogging? But she was in so much shock that she thought,
I mean, it had to be
you know,
slow enough that she was able to realize
see
that he
the
had bushy
eyebrows.
eyebrows and his
Yeah.
body size and stuff.
Scarlett, let me ask you this: when they claimed that one of the girls went unconscious, or somebody did, were they in the front of the house or in the back of the house when that happened?
Honestly, I don't know because I've heard so many questions that, in my opinion, I don't think it was anybody that was really passed out. I think that maybe they thought either Ethan or Xana was passed out because they seen him on the floor, and that's why they called. But then again, we've heard that Ethan's friend went in there and found him and checked the pulse. And
No, I'm talking about the two surviving ladies.
I think it was supposed to be out front.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, that they were out front and somebody walking by the house seen it and walked up, was trying to figure out what was going on and called 911. But we're hearing something completely different from law enforcement, that the call happened from inside the house.
I just don't think if a prosecutor brought a jury into that house and really intensely walked them through it and put the right words in their ear, that it wouldn't be a huge piece of evidence regardless
Right.
of what it proves.
Right.
You're there and you're feeling it.
And no 3D scan is going to do that.
You're
It's
in the
just-
spot where it happened. You know, you're putting yourself there and in it. I
No,
can
don't-
imagine. I'd be flashing to it. I'd be imagining
Oh, yeah.
what happened.
Definitely.
Well, then I kind of take it back to, like, I mean, look at the Murdaugh trial. Like, you know, you brought the jury there to the kennels and the grounds of the home, and they're seeing everything laid before them for weeks, like in pictures, and to like visually have it in front of you, like that's also like such an emotional experience.
Yeah,
yeah.
it would be.
Yeah.
I think that it would weigh favor probably more towards the prosecution. So the defense probably is like, nope, gotta go, bye.
And I was just about to say something, and I completely forgot what I was about
I'm
to say.
sorry.
No, it wasn't you. I had it in my mind, and now I don't. It just kind of, it'll come back to me in a minute.
Hey guys, I'm gonna drop off, but thank you for letting me join.
Oh,
Appreciate
you're
it.
welcome, and thank you for coming up and talking this out with us.
Yeah, it
Yes.
was good to meet you.
Yeah. Nice to meet you guys. Have a good night.
Hey Philly, I got a
Have a
quick
good
question
night.
for you.
Yeah.
Whiz or no whiz?
No whiz?
Whiz or no whiz?
Oh, definitely whiz.
Right on. I like you more now. Have a good night, brother.
All right. Good night,
Philly.
guys.
All right, have a good night.
Good night.
Let's see. I think it was something I seen in chat, and I was going to respond to it. Now I don't remember what it was.
And we cleared up last night. The knife sheath's still in the game, right? Hadn't been ruled out.
From my understanding, it's just the genealogical part of it that they're not going to use.
Okay.
I
And
think
that's probably
Melissa-
because they've got BK's DNA.
Right.
I think that was the same thing that Shay and all of them were saying on Melissa Jade's channel earlier.
Yeah, that's my understanding how it is.
Is that right, Shay?
I think we all just have opinions based on it, you know. I mean, that's what I draw similar to Lost Souls, you know. I mean, I think it makes sense that like you already have what you need in connection to the father, you know. Now, if you've done the buckle swab, you know, you have the evidence to go forward and you know test that 1-to-1 ratio, you know.
Right. Glitter. Oh, I can't remember it, and it's irritating me now. What I was gonna say.
Was it like on the tip of the tongue?
Yeah, it was literally like right there,
About
and I want to say it was something to do with the house.
getting rid of the house or touring it?
Shit, I don't even remember. I'm literally going on like 2 hours of sleep if that. So,
I would love to tour that house, wouldn't you?
I mean, I would. I would just want to
Absolutely.
go. And I know a lot of people wouldn't want to, just based off of what happened there. But I would want to go and I would want to hear the sounds of it my own self.
Okay, this might be weird, but this is how I am. Not only would I want to go there, I would want to go there about 4 o'clock in the morning
I said the same thing. I was thinking that.
because it's totally different. The neighborhood, everything's going to
In
be
the day,
so
yep.
different.
King Scarlet says she would go, just not at night. I mean, I would. I still say he had to have been in the house before. And I'm just that step leading from the living room into the little hallway area where Dylan's room is. Like, if the dude didn't know that that was there, he was going to bust his butt that night. Honestly.
I mean, how does he see going up and down the stairs? He got a little flashlight with him? Has he got a head
I would
lamp?
think that they might have had some lights on the house.
If those neons were on, that would light up half the freaking house.
Yeah, but I don't think they had all of them on. I don't think it was just like a regular night when they're all up 8 or 9 o'clock, you know, watching TV or whatever. But I think there was some on.
Well, there's a channel that has a picture of that room with just that one light on, and they said this is what Dylan would have saw. And I looked, and I said, she had to be really close to him to make that, because you can't see.
Right.
Well, I think that Good Vibes light was on because it was on during the investigation for a few days.
Yeah, I think it pretty well stayed on all the time. I think that light and then those party lights or whatever you want to call them that they had out on the patio part, I think those stayed on all the time.
And then girls also tend to have some kind of little lights in their bedroom or whatever too.
Now this DoorDash driver, he keeps going back and forth from male to female, back to male, back to female. I mean,
I don't think it's published anymore, is it?
No.
I think it's all speculation.
Yes.
Which, I mean, tow truck guy, no tow truck guy. Actual tow truck, not a tow truck, you know.
Big Al, don't get me started.
Trust me, I'm still stuck on it.
Me too. That case, damn it.
I am still stuck.
I think people are going to be attached to this one just like that, but I don't know.
Oh, we're already there. I mean, we're seeing, 200 to 300 a night in here, and we're just we're spitballing in theory, and
Right.
I wonder how many times people come into that Jack in the Box and say, "Who was the DoorDash driver?"
I mean,
they've been harassed. I guarantee it.
How many YouTubers have already done that we know of? Two,
look what
3.
happened. Look what happened in Prosser, man. They were calling every business in town.
Yeah.
Oh, they were calling that bar where Adam was at. Remember that, Shay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they were doing that while we were online one night. People in our own chat was calling them.
Yeah, I remember
and
that.
they said Adam no longer works here.
Yep.
Yeah. I think it's great to have boots on the ground. I think it's awesome to, be inquisitive and want to find stuff out within reason. But I don't know, some of the rumor stuff, there's just some dangerous ties to it. I think people just go a little too far with it for my liking, even though I still want to know.
Way too far.
I'll watch the videos of the scenes if people go and take pictures and all that stuff. But until it's in writing, the Rodney case made me realize until it's in writing,
Take it with a
it's
grain of salt.
all bullshit.
Right.
It's a
Yeah.
theory. Everything you hear in the true crime community until it's in writing is someone's theory.
Exactly.
But they're gonna, no matter what case it is, any case from between now and 10 years from now that comes up, that anybody on YouTube that covers in true crime, you're going to see the same thing. There's going to be people that's going to be going to businesses asking questions. There's going to be people pulling people up on their panel, doing interviews with them. And you're not going to know if what these people are saying are true or not, unless they bring actual facts.
And you're not even going to know if the people that they're bringing up are really the people they're saying they are.
Right.
Well, look what they still do it with Abraham Lincoln, John Wilkes Booth. I mean, there's so many conspiracy theories there.
Oh, yeah.
And Kennedy. I mean, there's no end to the madness.
Yeah. And I mean, I've seen some really bad stuff said about these 4 victims.
I have a really hard time with people calling it a trap house. I'm like, it just irritates the shit out of me.
Wrong looking kids for that.
Because I'm just like, where it's the same thing with the whole conversation of what Maddie told Adam. And what's being said that she allegedly told Adam. I'm like, and the dude came in last night saying, I'm like, how do you know that for a fact? Were you there in the corner club when she told Adam everything? If you wasn't and you don't have it on video of her saying it, you don't know it to be a fact. It's just, it's ridiculous bullshit that these people are coming out with.
Well, it's also for me, I don't know about you guys, but like some of the stuff that like has spun off of the JLRs of the world and things like, I know personally I was looking into with a few friends was like, you get on a platform and you speak as if it is fact. You don't say this is a theory, this is a statement, none of it. You put up fake shit, you pull it down, you don't apologize, and once it's out there, like you can't really reel it back in. Like, you know, your correction isn't going to go as far as the initial reach. I mean, we know that happens, but it's just so frustrating to me. And I like was listening to like even some of the interviews of people that like they haven't had a YouTube channel long. I don't know what experience they have, but I work in public relations. I'm not a media trained person, but I do understand what the interview process looks like. And I'm sorry, but if you're interviewing someone who is allegedly, you know, close to people involved in this or not, or the community, like you don't feed them the answers and walk them into the corner that you want. Like I see that happen a lot. Like, and that irritates me.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, it was most recent, and I'm over here like literally just feeding you what they want you to say. Like, how do you like? I don't get this. It's sheeple, like a sheeple type mentality to me. And then you got the whole comment section blowing up and believing it, and then they take that information, they go to another chat, and it just kind of keeps growing like a cancer.
You just said the worst part about the whole process. They take that information, take it to another chat, present it as fact, and oh yeah, I heard it here.
And people,
so now that creator's on the hook for somebody else presenting something as fact. That happens so much. That's why I quit channel hopping.
Remember that first video that came out about the guy he recorded the screams?
Joseph Morris.
Yes. Was that who that was? And everybody called foul on that after.
Oh, I as soon as the day that video came out, that audio of that scream, and I knew exactly who it was that put it out, and I started the live that night, and everybody was like, "Oh, did you hear it?" I'm like, "I'm not even gonna play it," and here's the reason why: because that same dude in Gabby Petito's case did the same exact thing with another video, and it was proven that it was fake. And it was sure enough, same thing. And I told them all the next day, I was like, I told y'all so. It was proven to be fake.
Reminds me of a certain video of a car driving into the water.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
The day it hit, I said, bullshit. and everybody. I mean, that went on for what, Shay? 2 weeks?
I never want to watch those stupid headlights in that water ever again.
Oh my Lord.
And the slow-mo, and then the dots, and then everybody following. I mean, it's
and then
everybody
putting maps
overlaying.
on tops of maps. Yeah.
We're crazy over here in the true crime community.
I'm telling you, I mean, I had to dial myself back on that one because I ended up talking to the engineer that was in charge of the microwave towers for that project.
Did you really?
Oh yeah, for like 45 minutes on the phone.
I don't even want to see another fire tower cam.
No.
Nothing. Honestly.
Yeah, there's insane data behind that. That was all supposed to come out the last night that I was on another channel, and that night I was told I wasn't going to be on that channel, and I just kept it to myself, and I didn't take it to another channel because I just stopped channel hopping.
I know what
But
you're talking about.
I had a big long conversation with that guy, and it was extremely interesting to find out that there was over 3,000 people with access to those cameras.
Wow.
And any one of them could have downloaded video and altered it.
It just happened to be a certain person that put out that tip. I
Right.
don't know.
It was crazy.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't mean to sidetrack it, but that's really what it is. They take it from one room to another, present it as fact. I heard it at the creator, and then
it makes it like
muddies
that
the water.
creator is the one that put it out. When that creator didn't put it out, it just come out in their chat.
In reality, it came out in their chat, and that creator probably discouraged it.
Right.
But it was already latched onto, and
or didn't even see it.
Right.
In the chat.
Or they must have or they could have misunderstood something too, and they spread things like that because they're totally misunderstanding what was said.
I know it's possible, but it's kind of rare that your first ever assassination is 4 people.
Yeah, I have a hard time
with the knife.
I mean, it's possible. I think I have
just not probable, but it is possible.
I have a hard time believing that.
The time frame doesn't fit. The fact that there were 4 people doesn't fit. There's a lot that doesn't make sense. That's why I hate it.
Yeah.
Unless he's hit somewhere else that we don't know.
And I mean, that is possible. Maybe this whole going to college thing for that profession was just his way of learning the ins and outs.
And let me ask you this. Okay, we got him off the streets. He's in jail. What's this with an SK in Portland?
Yeah.
Did he just leave Moscow and go to Portland now?
I think it's separate, in my opinion.
Yeah, I do too.
I believe it's separate, but you think that's going to pop up somewhere?
It's
going to pop up to create doubt.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, you talking about in court or just in
how
media?
are these victims being targeted? Is it a knife or is it strangulation or kind of everything?
A lot are undetermined, but what is blunt force trauma?
Okay, like Bundy.
Yeah, but I think that was different. But I think you wouldn't be wrong to say, like, naturally in any defense is going to look at similar cases and not bring in reasonable doubt that there could be correlation elsewhere, and this person wasn't there.
I don't know if he's going to get a fair trial, but I can tell you the people in that town are going to hurry up and vote guilty and get him out of there and put this to bed, and now we all go back to living our lives normal again.
No, there'll be another one.
Well, I don't know. We had one back in Gainesville, and that's been about 30-something years, 32 years. But
no, I mean there'll be another case that will be jumping.
Oh yeah, there'll be another college somewhere. Yes.
Did y'all know that Twitter Justin is back on Twitter?
Oh, from you know whose interview?
No.
Wait, whose interview?
Are you talking about the one that did the interview about Dylan and stuff?
The one that was putting out all the crazy stuff about Dylan.
Oh my gosh.
He's back on Twitter.
That is the first time I ever heard you lose it on a panel. And it was hilarious.
Whack job.
I was pissed because even though I have questions about the 8-hour gap, I still don't think what he was saying about her was true, and he should not have been saying that about her, because that was just disgusting, and she did not deserve that. And I just kind of lost it that night. I was pissed because of the stuff that he was saying. It was ridiculous. And him saying, well, I know this to be a fact because I'm that way.
Yeah.
That's not an excuse, dude. I mean, come on. You know.
I get you can't control like what is always kind of like going on in your chat, but you do have like mods. But I think too, like if you have people on panel, and I feel like as a content creator, it's also your obligation to kind of intervene at those points. And to me, that was just so ethically and morally wrong what was happening, and I was really disappointed. I felt disgusted even with a little bit that I heard of it. I couldn't even continue.
Yeah, I didn't like the stuff that he was saying about her.
Oh no.
It was, and like I said, I have questions about the 8-hour gap, but she still didn't deserve it. You know, right is right and wrong is wrong, no matter what, no matter who the person is, and she did not deserve that at all.
But who holds people accountable for that stuff? I mean, what, you do a civil lawsuit of slander or something? I mean, it's just a crazy world.
I mean, if she was to do that to him, you can't blame her, honestly, for the stuff that, because I mean, even stuff he was saying was dangerous, talking about that she was jumped by people and just kind of crazy shit that he was putting out there.
And he implicated innocent people too.
Yep. He was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. That was all about attention.
And he's still saying crazy stuff. He is saying that the DNA doesn't belong to Bryan. That he said, I forgot what it was. It was a long tweet that he put out about, I want to say he said Dylan and Bethany were in protective custody, which I think he was saying that back in the day too. It's just on with the crazy stuff, just a new name. So
I got a kick out of the videos,
you know,
that he put out.
And I'm in no way judging him for his lifestyle or bashing him for his lifestyle, because if that's what makes him happy, then I'm happy for it.
I don't care about his lifestyle. I just thought that he was just a crackpot to the videos.
Yeah, it's just the stuff that he was saying was disgusting and should not have been said. And it was just, I don't know, but he's back at it again.
I think he had visions of a channel, and that was his attempt at getting it to blow up, and it blew up in his face.
Didn't he gain a lot of subscribers?
Oh yeah,
from that. What was it? 1 or 2 videos he put out,
and then he ended up shading. He ended up pulling them down.
I don't know. I didn't follow like that thing as much, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard that he kind of just like disappeared, but not really sure where he went. I know that Anon Harsh specifically was wanting to do like a YouTube thing. And I think he was kind of capitalizing off of the moment, and that's real unfortunate. I
think a lot of people did around that case. Because at any given time, there were 8 to 10 lives going 24 hours a day for a long time.
Yeah.
I like to watch that channel where the guy's dressed up as a circus.
Oh, Ground Circus?
Yeah, where he's got the scorpions on the face, and he's got the...
He's really good.
Yeah, and I like the setting he has there.
Mm-hmm. With the smoke and all that.
Yeah, I was going to do one like that and call myself the Black Scorpion, but you would not see my face. But I have to show you the picture of the Black Scorpion.
Yeah, I mean, Crime Circus puts out a lot of good content.
Mm-hmm. I watched a lot of his like just kind of offshoot like interrogation videos and stuff. But yeah, he's really artistic and different. He seems like a real nice guy. But I mean, you can fall down any kind of rabbit hole with content creators and like wherever you click on and like what you find. I mean, I tend to see that like personally keep it kind of in, I mean, I guess it's not smaller channels, but you know, below, you know, around 30K below or whatever subs, like I like the chats more. I feel like there's bigger, better conversations like for me to have and understand. But I think a lot of people are just out there trying to put the pieces together, and you can do that responsibly or you can do it recklessly.
Right.
Yep.
That is true.
And Justin was reckless.
Yeah, some of those
Yeah.
chats you could put your little saying in there and it's gone. It's already flying by because there's so many people in there.
But I have to say though, anybody that's except for a few people here and there, but for the most part, I have awesome people in my chat. They've always been respectful. They agree to disagree. They don't argue back and forth with each other and all that. But you get in
Yeah.
some chats and you just kind of like just go in and give your opinion on something, and if it's not what other people agree with, you get hounded really bad, which is a shame.
Well, most of the ones I go on, I keep seeing the same people like Lady V, Shay,
Mhm.
and Pointer Lover, and all these other wonderful folks out there. Praise. I mean, I can name them all. I hope hope y'all follow me to mine one day. I would never do this. I don't have the patience for it.
I'm a very impatient person, but you get used to it after a while.
Sorry, guys,
And
I'm back. I had to go get coffee. I agree with everything y'all was saying. I love Crime Circus. And I do, Riddler and I do follow each other around all day long. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I think you tend to see everyone out. I mean, I've seen you two out, Lost Souls. I mean, we run into each other and you talk.
It makes you feel.
Yeah.
It makes you feel like, hey, my friend, I haven't seen you in forever. 5 minutes.
I mean, I ran into Jay one night in Melissa Jade's chat.
Yeah, she was just in here a little bit ago. She probably fell asleep.
Yeah, I think she said she was going to listen while she was laying down.
Yeah, she didn't get up in a few hours.
I watched a couple of her videos. She's putting out some good content.
I do like Melissa Jade.
When I first started doing this crime watching, it was new to me, and one of the first people I met was Shay, and she sent me a link to help me get started on this kind of stuff because I didn't even know what was going on. I was just listening, but I always thank Shay for that, and I'll always remember her.
Oh, Ridley, you're too sweet. And
Well-
thank you for all your sweet cards.
I always send cards to people I know.
I know. I got one. What was it, like Mother's Day? And
I'll send them on any holiday.
I think it was, what was the last, was it Memorial Day? I think I got one from you.
But that's something we've
Aw.
lost. That's something we've lost in America. I can remember as a little boy, we get the Christmas cards in starting in December,
Mm-hmm.
and we start putting them around the fireplace and everywhere else, and we're putting the tree up. And back in the day, we didn't have Santa Claus in October or September in the malls or in the stores.
Yeah.
We went strictly right by the book. Halloween, then we went to Thanksgiving, and now we're going to go into Christmas.
Well, now I've said this before. It's like they wonder why people really kind of don't look forward to the holidays anymore. That's because they're celebrating 2 holidays ahead before you even get finished with one, and you have no mental break to say, "Oh, it's Christmas," because you already just got done with Halloween and all of this other stuff. I mean, you just don't get a mental break.
If I
Like-
could just remember sitting around the Christmas tree and decorating it, and Mom hanging up the stockings and getting into the spirit of it.
I always put the cards in the branches of my tree. I like to put the cards in the branches too.
But we just don't do that anymore in America.
No.
Well, I'm not fast forwarding yet. We got July 4th next. So.
Yeah, Yeah.
Oh, wait, we got actually Father's Day.
Father's Day, yeah.
Hold on, we got Flag Day, June 14th.
Holy moly.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
when
that
I
is true.
celebrate. Yeah.
You know what? You know why one reason we have all of these holidays is because Hallmark actually helped create a lot of this holidays because they wanted to be able to sell their cards.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it works on me because everybody gets I don't have Hallmark, but I send other cards out to people. But I miss those kind of things like that. And
My theory is like holidays and celebrations is kind of really based around like consumer marketing and branding. It's
Yeah,
all a money spin.
Oh, the capitalists. Yeah, the capitalists.
for sure.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to distract so much, but
Oh, I got another question for y'all. I want to know if y'all have heard about this. It's kind of funny actually. Have y'all heard that there is a secret room
Yes.
in one of the bedrooms of the house?
Insanity.
wait, what?
Well, I heard that too, but it's not a
I heard
secret
it.
anymore.
Allegedly, there is a secret room in the downstairs, the first floor bedroom that nobody was staying in. And on the back wall that's up against the heel, that where it's built into the heel there is a secret door there to a door there to a secret room.
Right.
Where did you hear this? Do I want to know?
Go to private chat.
Get a
Okay.
private chat.
What? I'm about to pull out all of my old pictures. I'm actually literally researching the case right now.
I don't want to say it out loud because I don't want to give the person.
Oh, okay.
And but yeah, and apparently, if you go to the virtual tour of the house and you click in that room, it's a portal. If you go to that room and you click on the part in the virtual tour that will bring the picture up of the actual bedroom, that you can see a doorknob there.
Do you have that?
Yeah, I got the virtual tour. Take
That
me
would
just a
be
second
interesting.
to,
It's a bunch of BS, but it be
Lady V, back to the ghost of Mr. Chicken.
exactly.
let's see, please no, not a portal.
I'd like to see where they put it in those little rooms. Those bedrooms were not that big.
Well, apparently this secret room is built into the heel behind the bottom floor. Like, because there's like the first floor,
Right.
and then it's built up against the side of the hill, and then you've got the second floor that's built over the first floor, and then over it's ground level in the back, and you got the third floor. Well, apparently this one is built. It goes into the heel. I've even heard that there was steps in there, like a whole damn tunnel going on, and
What?
It's a portal into another dimension.
You know, when I look at the house, it doesn't look too well built, and it looks more like, to me, it's a cash cow.
But is this like the Daybell, the Daybell's portals, that
Lori, if Bryan does end up on death row, or even let's just say him and Chad Daybell end up on death row together, they're going to be at the same facility. They can just have portal parties.
Yeah, just have portal parties all the time.
Sorry, I can't. Oh shit. Well, I do love a good little portal hole.
Oh yeah.
Okay, let me bring this up now. Okay, so this is the room. This is the bottom floor. There's the steps going up to the second floor. There's Bethany's bedroom down there. Okay, so over around this little thing behind this little built-ins is supposed to be the secret room.
How?
Then you click on this picture, and
So
I
it's
can't.
supposed to go into the hill.
But do you see this right here? This if you're looking at the picture, I can't zoom it in, but it's if you're looking at the pictures on the right side, see that little thingy right there?
Yeah, I can zoom it in.
That's what people are saying is a doorknob.
That's not a doorknob. It's where a shelf goes.
But Lady V, that's the door to the secret room with the stairs in the tunnel.
So that's how he got in there. I think we need to
call Harry Potter.
There, y'all. I've heard people saying he must have left out. That's why there was no blood trail outside the house, because he went through the secret door, through the tunnel, and where the tunnel goes and comes out at, I don't know.
I mean,
Well,
it does kind of look like. I mean, I got it zoomed in. It does kind of look like a doorknob, but there's no way.
let me ask you this: which one of the whose bedroom was it that had the screen knocked off?
That was
That was
Dylan's, but if you go back to the body cam footage where the cops are at the back sliding door talking to Kaylee, if you look in the background, that screen is off the window during that
yeah,
time.
it's already off. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still have my theories that she went out that window down to Bethany's room.
Possibility, because I've even said that if she did go down to Bethany's room, or even if Bethany came up those stairs and went to Dylan's room, they would have had to have passed by that hallway, and they would have looked down that hallway towards Anna's room.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you hear something and you just like you want to get past it, you still have that natural instinct to look that way.
Yeah, I mean, because I was always stuck on the part with the affidavit about her initially being asleep in a room on the 2nd floor. So I'm like, initially, well, Elliot originally said that they were together on the 1st floor asleep.
And see, I brought that up because the whole PCA and the way it is worded irritates me, and the way that they don't have it in order, it makes it very difficult to read. But some people had brought up the idea, well, maybe law enforcement came out and said that in the beginning because they were trying to protect Dylan and Bethany. They didn't want whoever done this to think, well, maybe they might have seen me and came after, that person go after them. And that made sense. But if law enforcement was really trying to protect them, why even bring up that they were in the house? I mean, if you get asked that question, was anybody else in the house when the murders happened? Just come out and say that it's part of the investigation and we can't comment on that. You don't even have to put out that there was anybody else, that any survivors in the house. Just don't even bring it up. It don't make sense. Why say, yeah, there was 2 other people in the house? I mean, because when you put that out, social media is going to find out who those people were. And their name is going to be put out there. And they keep redacting Dylan and Bethany's names in these new search warrants that came out. I mean, there's no point in redacting their names. Everybody already knows it.
I agree.
I mean, they should have just been like, no, there was, or it just lied, because technically they could have lied to the public until the PCA came out. And then you can't lie in the PCA. Just say, no, there wasn't nobody else in there. And just been done with it. And people might have looked into it to see if there was anybody else in the lease or if there was anybody else in the house. But if we wouldn't have known it as facts, everybody would have, it's like, okay, where's the proof that these 2 girls were in the house when the murders happened? But instead they come out, it's like, oh yeah, there was 2 people in there, but they wasn't hurt.
I mean, unless somebody's story developed over time.
Possibly.
I mean, I kind of always wondered that myself, which then to me could leave more room for influence or error.
Now, there was guys that lived in that house, but that was what, 2 years before the girls moved in? Because K-Braz was asking, did they say in the beginning that there was a roommate that was staying there, like a guy, but wasn't there no more left? There was a girl that was still on the lease, but she never moved in the house. Her name was still on there. But there was guys who lived in the house before the girls moved there. But I want to say that was 2 years before.
Yeah, I think you're
they
right.
moved in.
Because I remember hearing that before.
See, what was the area right around the house swarming with undercover cops, some from Pullman between 3. April, the undercover cops that was there that night that was doing, they caught the boys in the Banfield or whatever for, I think one of them got an underage drinking citation or whatever, but they wasn't from Pullman. Those were from Moscow. Let's see. So what that room
Are they meeting like on Banfield? Like
I'm assuming because they're saying it's swarming with undercover cops, some from Pullman between 3 and 3:45. And, the one that caught the boys at the Banfield, it was like 3:12 is what the body cam footage said. The time. Now, I have heard that there was cops outside of Bryan's apartment because there was a hit and run that had happened, and that the cops were actually right there close to where his apartment was when he left that morning. Let's see,
right, I heard that too.
Okay, so April said right down the street at the apartments, one was from Pullman, one was from Moscow. I don't know why a Pullman officer would be there. They wouldn't have any jurisdiction. That's a completely different state.
Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense.
And I'm the one that didn't think it was weird that there were cops on campus. I mean, I've had college campuses where they would be there. I mean, not to really trap you in anything, but I mean, yes, to protect you, but too, you shouldn't, be acting a fool.
You talk about them having jurisdiction, Scarlett, but I just saw a thing today that FHP is working in Texas and assisting Texas law enforcement.
But would that be like a training type thing?
Oh, they're
maybe,
assisting with border operations in Texas.
Oh, okay.
So maybe they have an agreement with Pullman because it's so close. And let's face it, I mean, Moscow doesn't have much of a police force.
No, they really
when they
don't.
need help, it's got to come from somewhere, and that's the closest major city.
But how big is Pullman's police department?
Oh, I'll look it up, but it's a way bigger city. I can tell you that just after looking at the cellular infrastructure. There's a lot more people there than there is in Moscow. I'll look it up.
Well, Washington handles all their 911 calls, right?
Yeah, the Whitcomb Center is over in Washington.
What happened?
Wow.
What?
I was reading this article. It's interesting, and it says, okay, so apparently this home was originally separate apartments. And then the house originally had 2 floors, but an owner requested to add the lowest floor in 2000, according to Moscow city permits. It's, like you said, built into the hillside. That's interesting. I didn't know that the bottom was built later, though.
I want to say that the bottom floor was a garage at one time, I believe. There's the old blueprints to the house are somewhere on the internet. I have them on my old computer. And this, if I remember correctly, where Dylan's room was the dining room. The kitchen was in the same spot, but the stairs going up to the 3rd floor were turned. Instead of the way they are now, they were turned to the right, the bottom part of them. Then you had the living room, and I want to say Santa's room was an office, I believe. I have to find the old blueprints because they went in and changed a lot of stuff.
So I'm seeing that what they're stating, like in the timeline or not timeline, the floor plan would be a bathroom. That is where, that closet you were showing me? Like there's supposed to be a bathroom there?
On the 1st floor? Like on the very bottom one?
Yeah. It says yeah.
I'll have to see. Let me see if I can Google them. Because I know I have them on my other computer. I just have to.
I want to see because now I'm really curious. Is this the dang secret room? Don't do these rabbit holes to me.
It's not cool at 1:30 in the morning.
I know.
I was wrong about the police force sizes. There are more police officers in Moscow than Pullman.
Really?
Pullman has more support staff than Moscow. So I think it's 6 and 1/2 dozen of the other. But I would not be surprised if they're doing their 911 calls if they didn't have some sort of agreement.
Okay, let me see.
I mean, I'm falling down every rabbit hole tonight. I got left with Sleuthy about how many Elantras there could be. It just makes me want to look into it more, the order of stuff. Just like not, speculating like that it's some wild, crazy thing, but like if you ever just kind of took a step back and had fresh eyes on the case and like redid the timeline yourself, like would you see things differently,
Shit. I know
I'm
the
gonna
blue
put in
ones are under somewhere.
I'm
There's
gonna
so
put
much
in
to this one. I mean, there's a lot to this case.
I'm gonna put in back chat the article thing I found from like the East Idaho News for you. I don't know if you want to look at it, but that's what I was looking at.
Okay. And I know the dang floor plans are somewhere on here. I just gotta find them. This is.
So why do you think that the golf clubs are taken? I don't know. This is because I've always kind of had that in my mind lately with this case.
The only thing I could think of is they possibly were used or they were going to check them to see if they had been used. Hey, R3D, how are you? That's the only thing that I could think of. I mean,
Well, I was on another one of these crime channels where they show the golf clubs, and 2 of them are broken in 2.
oh, really?
And he
And,
used that as a weapon.
From like media photos?
The golf clubs, he would break them in 2.
Wait,
And
that's their theory. There's not like a picture
well,
of that?
exactly. He's got a picture of the golf clubs, but I can't tell if that's the place or not. I can see the gravel underneath it.
Wait a minute. So now, on top of everything, they think he took the time to break the golf clubs.
Well, that's what this
Yeah.
creator is coming up with. It, and I maybe it wasn't broken into. I mean, maybe he didn't break them; they were already broken. But you see the golf clubs, and I wish I could find that channel. I need to start marking these things. Well, I would have no idea where they found those golf clubs.
I thought I heard that they were in the basement. In that other room, that storage room that they had, that other bedroom that they put storage stuff in.
Now, on one of the body cam footages, I want to say maybe the first one that we saw where they go to the house that, they went the first time and they talked to Maddie on the phone. Then after midnight, they talked to Xana outside. The one that they talked to Maddie on the phone, one of the officers went and looked through because like the curtain in that room downstairs was kind of opened a little bit, and you can see like his body camera kind of like gets in there also, and you can see inside that room, and there's a set of golf clubs in there.
Exactly.
But I don't know if it's the same ones or not that was Ethan's, because why would Ethan have his golf clubs over there in just an empty room unless he just didn't have anywhere to put them at the frat house?
You wouldn't have much room at the frat house. They do not have much room.
Well, did
Like
he
in
have
those
a
little
car?
bitty rooms they share.
I'm pretty sure, though, that at one point at the beginning, they said they had Ethan's golf clubs.
That's what his mom said, because they asked about the personal property, and she said that they have 2 vehicles and Ethan's set of golf clubs still tied up with the defense.
Did Ethan have a car?
Him and his brother shared a Jeep, and then the sister had a black SUV.
That's why his golf clubs are there.
Unless they were in the car.
Jeep, well, if you want to put the people in that Jeep, you're going to have to take the golf clubs out.
I thought they had two. They had 2 of the vehicles of the Chapins that were.
Yeah, the red Jeep, which was Ethan and Hunter's, and then the black SUV, I think it was a Ford Explorer, was the sisters. Okay.
Is it Maisie?
Macy. Yeah, Maisie.
Okay. Cute.
See, I wonder if who's going to take the lead. The prosecutor was there at least 3 of them there right now. Which one's going to take the lead in cross-examining and pointing out things to the jury? Is the elderly guy, one that looks like Santa Claus, is he just going to sit there and watch while the other 2?
Oh, that's the Santa Claus one. I forgot who called him that the other night. It might have been King Scarlet. That's the actual prosecutor, the DA
Well,
for the
he's the actual
county.
district attorney.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can prosecute a trial, just like any of the other ones. But he had to call in help. He brought in 2 additional
Mm-hmm.
prosecutors. The question is, who's
Yep.
questioning the witnesses and putting the evidence out? He's going to sit back and just be there and let the other 2 do the work, or does he get involved with that? Is he really going to get heavily involved?
I think it depends on what jury they end up with and who they think is going to be most effective with the jury.
I think they're going to each take like certain things.
Uh-huh.
But I tell you what,
Good
if
theory too.
all we get his voice from this, I hope to high heavens that whoever they get have much better speaking voices and not so monotone than we had with the Daybells, because that was excruciating. That lawyer
Okay.
just sounded so boring.
What you mean? Monotone voices annoy you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too. Drives me shit and crazy.
Okay.
Like, I can't deal with that.
I think I have found it. I just
I
got to get
didn't
the
mean to send you on.
upstairs.
Didn't mean to just send you chasing your tail.
No, I'm trying to find. I think this is the one I looked at, the old blueprints of the house.
Before
Oh.
you pull that up, I'm gonna say goodnight. I got a ton of stuff going on tomorrow. I gotta try and get some rest. Thanks for having
Okay.
me up.
Oh, you're
Shay,
welcome.
very good to see you. I hope I see you again here soon.
Good to see you again, Al.
The rest
Good
of
to
the
see you,
panel,
Big Al.
have
Enjoyed
a wonderful
it, Al.
evening. And
I
don't eat any yellow snow.
Ew, that is nasty.
Definitely not.
We'll see y'all.
All right, have a good
friend.
night.
Bye.
Okay, I think this is it. Let me find
I
where
love Big Al.
I do too. He's so sweet.
Okay, so I was. Wait, why is it not wanting to pull?
I would love to fly up to his place one day and just surprise him. Go there and have some ribs and.
Sounds like it'd be good.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right.
Ooh.
So I want to say that this is the one that I've seen, but it doesn't have the stairs. This is just going to be the second floor. It doesn't show the stairs right here. So this was, but I could have swore I seen one where this bedroom was a dining room.
Mm.
And then I've got, this is the third floor. So new roof system over existing house, which would have been the second floor.
They really didn't do a really nice job of building this place, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now see how the steps go right here? But if you look on the second floor, it don't show the steps.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they have the steps here going out of the bedroom here. But on the second floor, they don't show it.
Yeah, they don't. For a closet. Because they should be right by that bedroom.
Right, and see they completely redid this wall right here because they have the door coming in right here to the bedroom where now they've got it right here. And that's just like that whole wall. They built a whole new wall there, and then the steps were changed.
What about this? All right, so you said they added the basement on, correct?
I want to say that I seen that was a garage.
I don't know. I mean, that was what I was reading in that article that they said that in 2000 they added it as the first floor.
Okay, so
They
if
got
they
permit.
added it at the first floor, and this is, hang on, I'm gonna turn my iPad around. So if they added this to the first floor, okay, to this, and this is an older diagram of the house and all that, maybe at the time they made these diagrams of the house, maybe there wasn't steps that went down there, because you're talking about it just being like a garage. So maybe it just opened up a little door or something and you just walked in that way instead of having that big old staircase down there, until they added it as a living area. I mean, that's what it kind of looks like to me.
Well, if you look, okay, so the kitchen doesn't look like this anymore either.
Mm-mm.
But if you look up here, where the little laundry room or laundry is, it says original kitchen changed over to bath and laundry. So this must have been the kitchen originally, but now the laundry is down on the first floor.
Right.
It's not here. This would be Xana's closet.
Well, and if you look there, it has stairs that go up over there on the very edge by the laundry.
Mm-hmm. Which is now Xana's closet, and the steps are still there going down to the first floor.
Right.
But right here, well, that looks like a window. See, it doesn't, there must have been a window there and they took it out whenever they redid
I
it,
think
because
it is,
Xana's room only had the window on the front.
because it says 3x40.
Yeah, I think so. And then up here it says plate glass window removed, but it's there now.
Right. Yeah, because I have it zoomed in on my iPad even more.
Hey, Delene, how are you?
Did I just enter the secret room, Tad?
I'm gonna find this damn secret room.
No kidding. I'm going to see it.
It's
I
just,
want a secret room.
I don't know if that's a door. I will be honest. And Shay, if you need me to send these to you, I can just email me and I'll drop them in an email for you. Wait, we lost Riddler.
Where did Riddler go?
Let me drop this back in the chat so if he wants to come back up. Oh,
all good. Sorry, I didn't want to distract you. I just find it interesting.
I'm curious to know if
I do too.
I don't think that's a secret door there. Like, why would they redo the whole house, but leave a secret door there that you can't really go into? It doesn't look like.
Yeah, it did. Okay, so this is what I'd like to see, Scarlett. I'd like to see that diagram again, but of Dylan's room and where the outside wall of the house is.
Okay, so wait, let me pull that one back up. So give me just one second.
If we can find the dimensions on how big that area is from the wall to the outside, and then you measure the bedroom itself and it's short, then something might be, but I don't think so. I think it's right at the outside of the house, it looks like.
Well, this would be Dylan's room. Like, this whole thing right here would be the second floor.
Right.
And this is where Dylan's room is. But what it looks like, it's this wall right here, and then it cuts off, and then it shows the bed. It looks like they took and just extended this wall all the way to the back wall and made the bedroom smaller.
Yeah, but isn't that where the stairs would go?
The stairs, yeah, where they took and added, moved the wall over.
Yeah.
Then the stairs would have went. Yeah, because if you walk out of the living room into the little where it has foyer right here, that's where the stairs are that goes upstairs.
So where on earth is that where is that secret room supposed to be in a room that's already small? We're talking about 10 feet 2 inches wide.
Well, they're saying that the secret room is on the first floor. on that very bottom floor.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
one end is Bethany's room, and then the other room at the other end of the
Oh,
first
I
floor
see. Okay, I
was
forget what
empty,
you-
and that's where they're saying that the secret door is.
Oh, can you put that one up?
I don't have it. The only one I could find was that one for the second floor, and then this one for the third floor.
Mm.
That's the only two that I could find.
Wow.
Because I want to say that I had seen that to begin with, it was the first floor was a garage or a carport or whatever. But I know that those blueprints are out there somewhere. I just got to find them. To be sure.
I mean, I know the whole point of a secret door is to be so secret you can't tell the difference. But if there's a measurement like they have on these blueprints, and then you see the measurements inside the room and they don't match, then something's up. If not, then
Okay, so Stevie says, I believe it was originally a raised bungalow. The first edition was a new foundation and added space to the second floor. Last edition was third floor over edition of second floor. I remember it's something like that, Stevie. I just don't remember exactly how it was said that it was done.
well, maybe we need the Marauders map.
I know that there's more than just this blueprint.
Yeah, there.
I just gotta find it because I remember seeing it. I just gotta find it. Riddler, you're welcome.
I sent you a link like in back chat. It was kind of cool. I noticed I've never seen before where like somebody takes you I don't know if you were like they take you on a tour of the house and then they have like little like information marks of like where it's like time stamped in the affidavit.
Oh wait, is this the one that's got the dude standing in the? Hold on. There's two different virtual tours.
Yeah.
One has the guide. No, this ain't it. This is the same one I've got. One
Okay.
has one. Okay, so there's this one, which is the one. I'll pull it back up here real quick. The one that I was showing, I think it was last night, and then there's another one out there that shows from Dylan's bedroom door. It shows what she would have seen if a man was walking towards her when it was dark with just that good vibe
Right.
sign.
I remember that.
That's the one
Yeah.
I saw. That was a
That's
little
the one I
eerie.
saw.
Right.
And they
And-
have all these little places you could like click on too, and it would like tell you everything.
Yeah, let me see if I can find one. Let's see, right here. Resource
cool.
page. Let's see. And that's like all the different pages that you can click on. I mean, whoever did these
It was unbelievable.
did an awesome job of it. Let me
They
find
did.
another one.
That's a lot
So
of work.
now this is a door right here, but that goes under the steps. I'm pretty sure that's a storage area or whatever. I mean, a lot of houses that has that's 2-story, like you can store stuff under steps and
Well,
stuff like
it
that
could
inside
be
the
to get
house.
to it could be to get to the plumbing and everything too.
Right.
Well, and I noticed like, is this the one that I just sent you?
Yes.
Yeah, because I noticed like when I was walking up the stairs, like I saw a little eye and I hit the eye and then it would say like this part of the affidavit. I was like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, there is. Where's it at? I think it's on the going up to the third floor. There is one. Is it here? No, it's going to be up here. And there's a certain spot that you've got to click for it to.
You remember
Right
the other day
there.
where you were showing us they were taking
Then
pictures
followed
of the
Officer Smith upstairs to the
shit.
third floor of the
Wait,
residence.
what is playing?
The third floor consisted of 2
Stop
bedrooms and
playing.
1 bathroom. The
What the
bedroom on the
hell?
west side of the floor was
Stop.
later determined to be Kaylee Goncalves' room.
Why is it still playing?
I later learned from a review
There's
of
the
Officer
eye. Yeah,
Noonan's
there it
body
is.
camera. There was a
Stop.
It's reading to you.
Okay, could y'all hear
That's
that?
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear it real well.
That is crazy. I just literally clicked on it and it just goes to talking to me.
Good. That was pretty awesome, actually.
It's
It's
the man from the cupboard.
But I wasn't expecting it to start
The
talking.
cupboard under the stairs.
But I mean, it does tell parts of the affidavit throughout the
Mhm.
house. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it won't start talking again because that's. Let's see, Murphy the dog was in the room during the murders, and
Oh,
they add
baby.
just like y'all. I'm sorry, but he is like the cutest dog ever.
He is, and my heart breaks for that baby because that had to be really terribly hard on that baby.
Yeah, because he could hear everything that was going on.
He couldn't do anything to help his master, and
Yep.
that's just sad.
But whoever did this, though, I mean, we got to give them props. They did
Mhm.
Oh man,
awesome job with this.
Scarlett, go to that area you showed us the other day where you could see crime investigators. You said there's a certain part of the floor.
Oh, okay, hold on.
I want to see what they got there.
Okay, let me go down to Dylan's room.
And thank you.
You're
There-
welcome.
Shay, was this the first or second link that you sent in back chat?
It's the one that says another walkthrough for reference. The one I just sent a little bit ago that says same blueprints was the
It's
what was
the one that says Orbix 360
Okay.
is the virtual tour one. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, the Daily Mail article just confirmed what Scarlett already had on those floor plans that people were sharing.
Okay. All right. So this is. Let me show the window. So this is the window that they were filming through. They were like outside the house filming through this window, and there was some people. And this is as far back as I can go on it. It won't let me stand anywhere else. But they were in this area right here. Whatever it was, they were standing around. They were taking pictures of it. They were looking on the floor, stepping over something. And one of the officers had a buckle swab in their hand. And you could see when she bends over the swab. I don't know if it was blood that was there, if it was just a small spot of blood. Some people are thinking it was a body. I don't think that it is based off of the PCA. But whatever it was something on that floor right there.
It could have just looked like bodily fluid or something.
Right.
If you wanted to give credit for this, the website that this came from was Monsters Among Us.
Okay.
Could this be where that hell of a fight took place?
Possibly.
So how could she not see? Then how could she not see? I mean, she should have been able to see somebody on the floor, hear something.
Well, it could have started in the living room area because, I mean, you could see the good vibe sign and you could see this pink sign right here. They might have been closer over towards those signs and like in this area through here. It's kind of hard to tell exactly where they were standing at, but it could have started in the living room and led down to Xana's room.
Did I say Monsters Among Us?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I didn't say something else because my brain just farted. So
I'm trying to think. I've watched that channel before, but I'm trying to think. I want to say that was Crime Circus's channel, like a second channel, but I don't think that's one of his.
You're talking about whenever he showed the van life video where they walk through in the dark.
I did see that one where it shows the person walking through the house and where they would have went or whatever.
Their theory on the timeline or
yeah, I did see that.
Not that one. I think I know which one you're talking about, where it's like they're able to do this kind of walkthrough, but it's in the dark and then the light is bright.
Yeah. And Gray Hughes also done one of the house and shows a person walking through it.
yes, that's a good one too.
Yeah. Hold on, y'all. I'm answering a comment back real quick. Okay. Anyway, now Riddler, what was you saying about the stairs?
So look how steep they are.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to. I guess is that a door handle or a trim? Do you run up and down the stairs without a door? Okay, okay. There's your
Yeah,
hand.
a handrail. Yeah.
Because I could imagine going up and down that thing drunk.
Oh, and I mean, like, there's the front door right there at the steps. And I'm gonna go back. Hold on. I'm not trying to make anybody sick by doing this, but I just want to go back down to this floor, to this door, or to this room, because this is the room that
That's the trap. That's the trap door room.
Yeah, that's the room where they're claiming the secret door is. I just don't see it. Like, I see the thing there, but that could be holding the built-ins to the wall where they won't fall forward. Could be anything. I just don't think it's a door. But I could be wrong.
Oh, it could be a stick up.
Let's see. Wouldn't you all love to see the Ring camera 50 feet from Xana's room during that 9 hour? April, yes, I would. Honestly. I would love to see who all went to that house before the 911 call. I would. And if y'all haven't done so, please hit the thumbs up. Let's see. See the shoe shelf. It's just a door to the storage underneath. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that is. Like, I see something there, but it just, to me, doesn't look like a doorknob. All right, so I just want to get the chat's opinion on this. There's like 187 of y'all in here. If y'all think that that is the secret room, put 1 in the chat. If you don't, put a 2.
I think that if some of the like recent pictures of the renovation, it doesn't look like it's there, but when you click on the little button to the video or like the picture icon, it shows it is there. So I don't know if they just refinished it and took it out.
Yeah, because you don't see these little things under this other shelf over here either.
Exactly.
See, my dad, when I was a little boy, he built a door so he can get to the heater from the other side in case he ever had to work on it. We had a gas heater back then.
I believe, and a lot of people are putting 2s in the chat. They don't believe there is a secret room there. No, that's the utility.
Oh no, I just got back. What happened?
Oh, is that you, Shay?
Yeah, no, it's still me. I think Lost fell off.
Yeah, we were off for about a minute there with no sound.
Okay, I'm back. I got kicked.
Oh, okay.
My internet went completely out.
Oh no. They don't want you looking at that secret room.
It was doing that last night. It kept going in and out. And I was trying to get back on StreamYard on my phone, and for some reason, it's not even logged in on my phone.
That's weird.
Yes. Just,
Do you have fiber optic or cable?
I got cable. It's they will not run fiber optic where I live at because I'm in the woods.
They don't even know where you're at.
They ran it to like half of the service area, and that's it. They haven't went any further than that.
You in the boondocks.
Oh, I'm literally. It looks like if it like they cut some trees out and stuck my house there. That's what it looks like.
It's a
Literally
hunter's dream.
in the middle of the woods,
A hideaway cabin.
and there's only like 8 houses on my road,
Nice.
and we are at the very end of it.
I would love that.
And it's very quiet. The only thing that you hear around here is the train ever now and then. Well, let's see. Wait, Scarlett, knock me off, please. I need to come back up. Okay, Lady V, hold on. Let me kick Lady V. So I have now kicked her and put the link back out. Okay, Lady V, I got it. Okay, I got to get my YouTube chat pulled back up here. Okay. I think I'm good. Is my sound okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Sound great.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
All right, there's Lady V. Every now and then it'll do that. It'll kick me. And sometimes I can still chat, and let y'all know in my YouTube chat that I got kicked. And then it'll take it a second for me to come back in. But
I don't know whatever happened to kick you off, kick me off. I mean, I was still on here, but I couldn't get back to the panel. But
oh, wow.
It was weird. I'm like, I don't know what happened.
I think Shay and I hung in there, and we never got kicked out, but I lost sound.
Usually, if I have people on panel when it kicks me, I know the King Scarlet said everybody was off.
What?
It was weird. We had a glitch in the matrix, man.
Because usually if I get kicked and I have people on panel, then panel can just continue talking, and then I'll just jump back in.
Yeah, no, that was weird. My house is in the middle of nowhere, too. I got like 5 houses around me, and my house is hidden.
Yeah, there's only like 3 houses at the end of my road, and it's literally a dead end.
Mm-hmm. So is mine.
I'm in the city.
I'm not a city girl at all. I like that's why I like the nighttime too. The world is just quieter.
Mm-hmm.
I usually like to do panel when I sit outside on the patio, so it's not like a lot of noise in the house with cats, dogs, kids, and whatnot. But even at that, if I'm out there, like I can always hear like planes going above me, so I have to mute it.
Why?
Oh, it just gets loud because like we're right south of the airport.
Oh,
yeah.
We have a small airport over here by us.
Yeah, I'm near DFW International Airport.
We have an airport about 3 or 4 miles up the road that literally has one plane that flies out of it.
Oh, Shay, y'all got planes in and out all day long, every minute and hour.
Yeah, I don't know if that counts, Scarlett.
I mean, and literally the guy who flies the plane out of there, it's some like little bitty airplane that he has.
That's what ours has. Yeah,
at like the air shows or whatever.
Yeah.
So we kind of get like free
get buzzed
air shows out here every now and then. You can see him. You can always hear him, but the trees a lot of times will block him. But sometimes he'll kind of like come over us a little bit and we can see it. But that's the only plane that flies out of there. And I think he lives there, or his dad lives there.
Yeah, these people, they have like a whole, like 2 rows of houses, and right in between those 2 rows of houses is an airstrip. And every once in a while we get those ones. Have you seen the one with the great big fans? Like they have those boats in Florida, with those great big old fans.
Well, airboats.
Airboats?
Yeah. And this guy, he comes out and he has one of those great big fans put to like a parachute or something, and he like flies around with it.
Like a propeller plane?
Yeah, no, it's like he's
Um,
out sitting on the thing and that thing's blowing up into like this parachute.
Oh.
oh shit! Hold on, I know what those are called.
It's really cool.
Hold on, I can tell you. Just give me a second. Let me ask Troll.
It is so loud, though. I mean, it is so loud.
I've got a Navy base across the river from me.
It's called an ultralight.
Ultralight.
Yeah, that's what they're called.
Yeah, there's like nobody at all to it. It's just like
Yeah.
that in the parachute. It's really
Yeah.
Horses with chains wouldn't get me on one of those.
No.
I think I might.
Sally Mae asked, "Did y'all eat a brownie?"
I wish I had a brownie,
Yeah,
honestly.
no kidding.
We're
good.
all over the place. This is what you get late night.
Yeah. I'm trying to still remember my question from earlier.
We while we're
We
talking
were
about
wanting to determine the lighting, I think, right, of the house. And walking through, wasn't that like one of the main things we were going to talk about?
Yeah, because there was the good vibe sign, and then we said maybe like the ones outside. Where did Lady B done dropped again? The party lights or whatever out on the back patio area. But I'm wondering, like, yeah, sometimes people will leave like a light over their stove on at night, or just the kitchen light
I
on.
do, yeah.
I'm wondering if it was maybe something like that. Like there had to be enough light for Dylan to see the bushy eyebrows and the body, the build of this person's body, to be able to give that description to law enforcement.
Wasn't there lights hung in the living room too? Like around the couch and stuff? Like I remember seeing from those TikTok videos.
Yeah, it was like a what they call curtain lights or whatever. Yeah,
Yep.
I do remember seeing those too. So maybe those were on as well. And him walking towards her, if she didn't have a light on in her room, or if there wasn't a light shining in her eyes, that just him walking from Xana's room, that hallway into the living room, into where her room is at, those lights could have shined enough that she could have seen the bushy eyebrows. Oh, and Jen, that is right. Right there where in the living room where the good vibe sign is, and then the other wall's got the pink I guess artwork on the wall. There was like a little stand under that, and there was lights on that too.
Yeah, because it was pretty bright. I remember people were asking why were the party lights still on, hanging up on the back area. And Ellie had said that they left all the lights on that were on. And that was like for a couple of days, 2 or 3 days at least, that they kept everything that was on. So however it looked at night when nobody was in there was exactly how it looked whenever it happened.
I mean, I leave my little patio party lights on usually at night.
Oh yeah, I do too. Well, no, they were just wondering because they were party lights, and the kids were no longer there to, just, it's like a matter of respect or something. But yeah, I mean, I have lights. I mean, I can walk through my whole house without running into anything. I have little lights all over the place.
And for whatever reason, and I don't know if anybody else feels like this or not, but the wreath, I never understood why they left it on the front door.
Yeah.
But it was almost like if they took the wreath off the door, that it was just no longer a house, if that makes sense.
It was too final.
Right. Because every time I would see a new picture pop up of like Bryan Enton standing in front of the house, or somebody else standing in front of the house talking on social media or whatever, I always look for the wreath. I don't know why, but it may sound silly, but it was just like if the wreath ever left, it wasn't no longer. And once what happened in the house, it no longer become a home, but something about the wreath on the front door.
Right.
Yeah, that image and the correlation.
And see, if I went there at 4:00 in the morning, if I was a juror, I'd want to go there at 4:00 in the morning, and I would want all the lights that were on on. To make it as much as possible like it was at the time of this happened.
Right.
That's what I would. I mean, see, honestly, I don't even think they should have taken the furniture or anything out of there until after the trial.
Right. I mean, I can get cleaning up all the red stuff that they could get cleaned up, but I think the furniture, because the furniture in there is going to get rid of any echoes.
Right.
And if you take all the furniture out, then the house is just one big echo hall.
Exactly.
And I think with that furniture, it would have made it sound like it would have sounded that early in the
Yeah, it would have
morning.
muffled it and absorbed the sound.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I have a lot of furniture in my home, but I have like a few rooms that still carry sound well, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I would want to see, Shay. I would want
Yeah.
to hear.
Yeah.
I would want to hear, how could you hear from like the basement to the third floor, and all of that.
Well, I think it'd be interesting to understand like what it looked like at that time, for sure. I think I would like one of the things like I want to know outside of kind of just like the timeline thing. I really want to know what the conversation with like was going on that night. Like, was Bethany actually
Right.
calling the other roommates like we heard from Ethan's sister-in-law?
Yeah.
I've been curious of that. Like, I just want to know so much more about this, and
Oh, me
I'm sure it'll
too.
make sense once it's out there. But then I'm also nervous that we're going to see a lot of gaps because obviously, people. I just don't think like he's going to talk. If he did this.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that's where I was getting at. I don't think we're going to ever get a straightforward answer.
No, I don't think we are for him at all.
Tad, just prayers. Honestly, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. Tad said, "Is there anything that we can do, Scarlett, as a channel to support the families of Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie? Prayers is the only thing I can think of." Two-story house on the second floor was wood laminate flooring, and if you drop a shoe or a cell phone, it sounds so loud on the first floor. Yeah, it's just.
I mean, because with all of that wood every place, I mean, and it's going to settle, and there's going to be creaks and things,
Right.
unique to that house. And like, they were saying, you drop a cell phone or something, it's really loud. What rooms were louder, what rooms weren't, I would just be so interested to see that. And 3D is never going to replace the real thing.
Mm-mm. It's not.
I mean, it's cool and all. I mean, I've seen where they've done like recreations, where they've taken scans of everything, even with the person unalive still laying there, whatever, and they take scans so you can see every little bitty thing everywhere in the house. And that's really awesome because you get to see it how they found it, right?
Right.
When it comes to actually getting a feel for the place, it's just never going to be the same.
That is true.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm worried that it's going to get tore down and then they're going to be like, damn, we needed the jury to go through the house.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when we were looking for houses before we got to build our dream house, when we were looking for houses, I could walk into a house, walk into the house and say, no, let's go to a different one, just by how
because you
felt.
get that feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I know what it was I was going to say earlier that I forgot. When we were talking about the 3D scanning and stuff, if it was just a house where one or even more people had been murdered and there was no witnesses left in that house or no survivors in that house, then I might could understand just using the 3D scan
Yeah,
in the court because you have no witnesses to tell what they heard or
right.
what they seen or anything like that. But when you have a house where people have been murdered and you have two or even just one person left alive in that house and they're telling you what they heard and what they seen, you need to be able to go to that house and hear things.
I totally agree.
And that's what I was going to say earlier that I forgot. I knew it would finally come back to mind. Let's see, I have prayed and will continue. If you ever hear from Steve or anyone else and they need anything, I'm in. Okay, thank you, Tad. I do want to put together like a tribute video uh,
Oh,
for all the victims. I got to get a lot of pictures and stuff like that to put it together. Let's see if it's actually true for sure. Then I'm with you on that. Wait, what did April say? See, why didn't the sheep have any blood on it when it was laying? Now, April, that is a good question, and it could be full of blood. It could have blood all over it. We don't know if it did or if it didn't because they never put that in the PCA. They just, for whatever reason, put that they found that single source male DNA on the button.
you know that sheath just drives me crazy because those sheaths you have to put your belt through those things.
Right.
And usually when you do that it's going to be after the first belt loop. So unless he was carrying it in his hand,
Yeah.
I don't see how it couldn't ended up there any way other than on purpose. I mean,
True.
you would have to purposely take it off of your belt. It's not going to like just fall off.
No, you would have to take the belt off because I don't think I mean, it's all leather. I don't think it would even be easy to
No.
like rip off of a belt.
Yeah. No, my husband when I was working at AT&T, they came out with this really cool belt loop uh phone case. And every night my husband would like have to put his hand, it was leather, put his hand on it and like rip the belt out of it to get it off. It
Mhm.
was so tight, you know, until it had been used for so long that, it loosened up and everything. But if it's like a newer K-bar knife with that, then I mean it's not an easy thing to get those off of there. So was he
Yeah.
carrying it or wearing it?
He can't be
Because if
wearing
he
it.
took it off purposely, there has to be a reason why he took it off purposely and laid it there.
Well, I mean, if he took it off purposely, he would have had to have taken the belt off.
Right.
And when did he put the belt back on?
Right. In the middle of all of this other. Yeah. I don't.
And then why would it be found on that bed?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense there. I'm thinking he hand carried that in there.
He
It
would
just
have had to unless he planted it there.
because I mean, it just seems like that would be a lot of extra baggage to take
Yeah.
into a house that you know you're about to go do this in.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And so what did that look like? So he's standing there, he has his sheath in one hand and he has his K-bar in the other and he's fighting these people off, or I mean that doesn't make sense either. I guess he could have had it in a pocket or something, but I don't know.
I'm
I
I'm
just feel
thinking
like it
he's
was purposely left.
I'm thinking he's got one hand around the throat and the other hand is stabbing with the
Yeah.
knife.
Yeah, I don't know. This,
He had
like
to
I
be
said
out,
earlier, it makes sense, but it don't make sense.
Yeah.
It's
and I'll never understand Bundy, Rolling, and whoever did this one. I'll never understand why they hit these innocent people that had nothing to do. It wasn't like they robbed them and needed money. Well, Bundy and Rolling be different because they had essays involved in theirs. This one didn't.
No, there was no time for that.
Right. And that, well, I mean, that was his choice. He could have stayed there longer. Nobody was coming.
Right.
Maybe he changed clothes. If it's built, I forgot about it. Tanya, how are you?
See,
April, so you think that there's possibly more than one person involved in this? I'm sorry, Riddler, go ahead.
No, well, if you're asking more than one, I mean, with the timeline, it's got to be. I mean, unless this guy is just the Flash.
Yeah.
Look how much time he has to maneuver in there, and it's dark. Now, I, even if he knows the layout of the house, I mean, I've seen it 100 times. I would still get lost in the dark in that house.
Not if they had the lights on.
Well,
I
from
think
the
the
picture
Zillow was already up like prior to this. I mean, somebody, if they were, you know, scouting out the house, like they could look that up and get familiarized
Yeah.
with it.
I mean, the furniture and stuff may not be in the same place, but you have an overall view. Whether he went there before or not, I don't know. But I mean, if they
Well,
have, like the good vibes and all of these other little lights on here and there in the house, I mean, that's going to help out a lot.
I mean, there. Just think of the videos that they did inside that house and the pictures and stuff like that. So he might have looked at all of that through their social media
Yeah.
and kind of figured the layout of it. Okay, Prosser Gang, thank you. I didn't know that they made the leather sheaths with it's made them as snap-ons. Let's see, what is your opinion on the Ring audio? I heard an enhancement and it was chilling. April, that last audio that came out like a few days ago, I think is completely fake.
They're not going to release the Ring audio.
No.
That would be part of the
Yeah.
court evidence.
I
You're
mean,
not gonna
honestly,
hear that.
that one part of that audio sounds like a version of the audio that came out. Not
Baby girl.
not the
Joseph
one that
Morris.
no the one that after he put that one out that came out that has the scream, and they were saying that it came from the camera next door or whatever. It kind of sounded like that same scream, the one that they had that had the scream, and then you could hear what sounded like a male hollering or whatever.
Yeah.
That audio, this last one that came out like a few days ago, it sounds like that audio with another audio put on top of it.
Right.
Oh, it's way more in detail.
Yeah.
And however they enhanced it, they made it sound. Of course, they're putting the closed caption.
When you do that, when you put the closed caption on it and you're reading it as you're hearing it, then whatever it is that you're reading, that's what in your mind you're hearing.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say.
Yeah. And so I think it's completely fake, honestly.
I don't think you're going to hear the real one till the trial. There's no way.
Right.
They're going to be holding on to that thing, put it like under a rock somewhere until then.
And April, yeah, there would have had to have been two different cameras. There's one that they're claiming was 50 feet away from Xana's room, which would have been on the back part of the neighbor's house. And then there had to be a camera that caught that car doing a 3-point turn at the corner of King and Queen. See, they added, yeah, Freya, they did. And I still have questions about Kopaka, but I'm kind of 50-50 on if he's involved in it, honestly.
Yeah.
It's like
or he could have known information. I mean, you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Scarlett, I'm looking at a picture.
Okay.
I'll send it to you, the link, and it shows. Looks like let's just say it's a police officer for time being, with a dog at the front door while the building is roped off. Would they be trying to use that to see which way he went in and out? I don't know how the dog could pick that up, because normally you hold a shirt under a dog's nose and you say, go find him.
I remember seeing it's a lady handler.
Yes, a lady handler looks like a King Shepherd.
Yeah, I remember seeing that dog with that handler out in the back part of the house where the tree line is.
Yeah.
And she was walking that dog up and down the tree line.
Isn't that how they found the glove?
I thought Chris McDonough found the glove.
Yeah, the gentleman found the glove. This
Yeah.
dog is in the front where the cars are parked, right underneath 1122 at the front door. But she might just be sitting there waiting to somebody to escort her to the back.
Could be. Or, I mean, maybe they are trying to see if he can pick up a scent, like a different scent from the girls in the house or whatever. I don't know.
I know they use the dogs here. They could tell, like, we had a horrible case in Palatka, Florida, which is just south of here, of wish I could remember the name. It was a big case. It was on Fox News and all of them. And the husband was at work, the wife or the girlfriend was at home, and all of a sudden the baby's missing, the child's missing.
Oh, wow.
She's only about 3 years old, and the dog kept tracking to the river, back to the river. As far as they go, and as of today, they still can't. They haven't found the baby.
No.
Oh, wow. See, video debunk. Yeah, every time they come out with a new audio, it always gets debunked. I don't believe until the law enforcement come out with a video or audio and say this is the one from the camera that night. I'm not going to believe any audio that comes out.
Yeah,
Honestly.
me either. I
Well,
won't watch
I
them.
think just like how you have you have court arriving, like you can only imagine that some of them are under their own like little gag orders to be witnesses, and I would also kind of put that under like an evidence umbrella too.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if the owners of said camera saw that, like they wouldn't want them talking to jeopardize the investigation.
Right.
That's true.
And frankly, I think that there's a lot of, people naturally that are out there that they don't want to talk about it. They're terrified. They're traumatized.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just think of the kids that live next door. Just thinking, oh my God, this happened just however many feet away. I mean, if the camera's 50 feet away from Xana's room, 50 feet from my house, this 4 people were murdered. It's the whole little community there is probably just traumatized like I don't know what, and then they come out in the very beginning and say, oh, there's no imminent danger. Like that was said the first day that
I about
this
swallowed my
happened.
tongue when I heard that first.
I mean,
And it went from a crime of passion to a target. And I said from the beginning, now this was just me, and I remember Lady V will probably remember it. I said it was an SK, and everybody jumped on me.
Yeah,
I said,
me
y'all,
too.
I said, y'all know who Danny Rolling is? Nobody knew him, but everybody knows Ted Bundy. And I can't put those two together. I'm sorry. Ted Bundy attacked with blunt objects.
Mm-hmm.
Danny Rolling used the knife at
Yeah.
a college off campus, and he attacked females, and he attacked one male because the guy wasn't supposed to be there, and he shows up. What happened in this one? Ethan doesn't live there, but he shows up.
Right.
And both of them went through sliding glass doors. There's just so much of the same. Now, Danny was a badder boy than this guy. Danny Rowland even robbed a bank during all this.
Yeah, he was a bad guy.
He was real bad. I mean, he didn't care. He took out a child, 8-year-old boy.
Yeah, the same thing happened to me when I first started talking about a serial killer. I mean, we were looking at all the food truck videos and everything, and I'm like, no, this guy's not in there. He could be watching from his car out there. I mean,
Mhm.
if you're talking about a Twitch video, he could be watching that from any place. If why would he put himself in a position to be seen? And like from the beginning, I think you and I, Riddler, it's because we grew up at that time that, those were very active when we were growing up. And I think, it just had that same tenure of that feel, you know?
Well, see, I was going to go to the University of Florida. I was in the military at the time, and I was going to go there and take night classes. But they closed down all night activities because of this.
Yeah.
The Gainesville Ripper. Everything was shut down at night. There was no more. And you're talking about a whole town paralyzed. And here again, they got the wrong guy, the first guy they went after, and they followed him like a hound dog. and they said he hit his grandmother, and she says he never touched me, and they had him in there. Then they checked his DNA, and it didn't match, and now it's Rutro, and so they had to let him out. Yeah, Rutro
Okay,
Shaggy.
Scooby.
Yeah.
Scooby.
So now what? And now the town goes back into the panic. They don't have the guy, and I think they end up finding him in jail for another charge. I think it was another armed robbery somewhere else.
You know, the fear that I have right now, and I know we're a little off subject, but the fear that I have right now is, you know how history just repeats itself. There are cycles, and it just seems to me there's just I'm hoping we're not going through another cycle of what we went through, is I guess what I'm trying to say, because it
Oh
kind
yeah,
of
the
looks like we
70s and
might be. Yeah.
through the 90s was bad
Yeah.
on
It was
that.
horrible.
But I'm trying to figure out why. What did he have against them in there?
Yeah,
Because
I
I
think
mean, they didn't. As far as I could see, they didn't mock him. They just didn't answer his email. There was only one person, or his message. They just didn't answer it. And did he have that big of a crush on one of the females?
I don't
I
know.
mean,
That might
I
be a
just
question
don't
you'll
know.
never find out.
I mean, when
I
you
mean,
look,
I think that's, some of the correlation that Ellie, is looking for. But I mean, technically, you don't have to in court provide a
No,
motive,
no, you
so
don't have to.
you don't have to have a motive to convict.
no, you don't.
But
I
I'm
mean,
just trying to figure out why would he pick on these? It's like a wolf going up against lambs.
Well, they like it that way. They like the fear.
It's the fear and the control, and
They got power.
yeah,
Yeah, they get off on that stuff.
yeah, that's what it is.
I think honestly, if they had somebody that could give them a fight, they probably wouldn't even do it because
See, I'm
they just,
thinking he had no idea Ethan was going to be spending the night there.
That's
That
what
caught
I'm
him
wondering if
They
Ethan
caught him by
even.
surprise.
I'm wondering if Ethan had driven his vehicle over there that night, or if Hunter drove it over there the next morning. And because I always thought, well, maybe Ethan didn't drive the vehicle there, and so he didn't know that Ethan was there. He just knew the girls' uh, vehicles, and then Kaylee's new one was there. But I wonder, did she ever post anywhere on social media that she had bought a new car?
I don't think so because she wanted to surprise Maddie, remember?
Yeah, it was, and I know it was like 2 days before the murders happened is when she bought the car, but I couldn't remember if she ever uh, had posted anything on social media of it or anything like that.
I don't see it on her Instagram.
She might not have, but I mean, he had to. If he was watching the Grub Truck Twitch live feed, he knew she was in town.
Oh,
Or
absolutely.
they posted pictures from the night before, so he would have knew she was in town. And
Maybe for him, he was like, okay, I've got to do this now because they're all there.
right, and he just didn't know Ethan was there.
Right. But I don't know. I mean, I'm interested to find out if Ethan was asleep or something because from the way that people have made it sound is that he had his hands full more with Xana and possibly Kaylee than
But
Ethan.
why? But why leave two surviving roommates? I mean, I feel like there was a target and then like an unexpected run-in.
Like collateral, like two of them ended up being
Well, I don't.
collateral damage.
I hate saying
Basically,
that, but
I know I do
yeah,
too, but it's
wrong place, wrong time.
yeah.
And I'm going to have to wait till, I guess, November to find out he didn't have to go up those
You know,
steps.
that's what I was getting ready to say, but he didn't have to go up there if he hadn't
I,
wanted.
I wish Mr. Gonzalez, when he made that statement, he would have elaborated on it a little bit more, but maybe he knew that he couldn't.
Yeah.
But that I've always wondered what he meant by that.
I think that family knows a whole lot more than we realize.
Oh, I'm sure he's had a private investigator, a detective. Well, he had his own autopsy performed on his daughter, right?
Yeah,
Did
I think
he?
so.
Did he? That's what I'm asking. Did he have an autopsy?
He may have.
You know, it did kind of surprise me that they had them cremated. I mean, I can understand why, but at the same time, what if you need to go back and
Well,
Right.
I'm
find out
sure.
something
I mean,
else?
I'm sure he had to identify her, so he's seen quite a
Yeah.
bit.
I
That'd be
think he
horrible.
ended up. I want to say that it was said that he went in and identified Kaylee and Maddie for Maddie's family, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. So tell me if I'm wrong on this or not, but it sounded to me like that the Gonsalves have both the ashes of those girls.
It says they're keeping them together, so I mean, they could be back and forth with the families. I don't know, but that's what they had mentioned at one point.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
'Cause they were always together.
Right. Well, maybe that's why they had them cremated. I don't know. I just think I'm not sure if I would have my loved one cremated in a situation like this.
Yeah. And that's what I kind of use like the house as an example of when you have someone cremated, you can never go back if you need more tests done.
Exactly.
And it's the same way with the house. Once the house is gone, it's gone. There's no going back to it.
Right. That's my thought exactly. You
I
know,
don't know.
Scarlett, I sure do enjoy getting up here and brainstorming and everything with you.
Oh,
It's,
I love having y'all all up on panel.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you for coming up.
yeah, me too. I mean, my husband appreciates it because he can only listen to so much. I told him, I said,
it's
some
awesome
night-
having people up here.
Yeah, I told him, I said, some night you're going to have to come up here to my, I have, excuse me, I'm a nail artist and I have my studio up on my balcony. So it's all open to the whole house and everything. And I told him, he hears bits and pieces. And I told him, I said, sometime you're going to have to come up here and sit with me and, you know, just put your 2 cents in every now and then because he's got some really good thoughts too.
Yep, Troll's the same way. We'll be sitting there watching TV, and he's like, "Oh yeah, and this, and well,
Yeah.
you know, if this would have happened in." It can literally like a 2-hour movie will take us like 4 hours to watch
Yeah.
because he'll get to thinking and then he pauses the movie and he's like,
Yeah.
well, you know what, if this really happened or if it was this way, and so he's constantly
Exactly.
brainstorming too.
Yeah.
Scarlett, I was just looking back, and Mr. Goncalves, is that how you say his name?
Gonsalves.
Gonsalves, okay.
Uh,
He says the autopsy shows that the wounds on Kaylee and Maddie don't match.
right, I remember him saying that.
So is that now 2 different weapons?
You know, I think he had 2 different weapons on him.
Because there was at one time he did say that Kaylee's wounds were worse than Maddie's. And
Well,
kind of went
Kaylee
into
could have
detail.
Kaylee could have been asleep. I mean, excuse me, Maddie could have been asleep and he went to her first and woke Kaylee up. And then had more of a fight on his hands.
Right. That is
But
true.
if so, how did that sheath end up on Maddie's bed?
I don't know. There's so many questions that are unanswered, and there is so many theories that people have said that make sense. And like I said before, we don't have the proof to back it up.
No.
That's the thing. Now there are some crazy, outrageous things that are out there being said that just is downright ridiculous. but there are some good theories as well.
Now you remember the one where the little boy in Tulsa, he gets stabbed in the chest while he's sleeping by his sister.
The
Yeah.
one that just happened like a few days ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
earlier in the week or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's
Now,
Yeah.
now the mom heard the scream on that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she heard him screaming.
Yeah, she
Thought it
heard
was a
him
nightmare,
screaming.
unless that was the daughter screaming. And then the daughter throws the knife out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw there was like a very short piece of the body cam footage when the cops arrived to the house, and you could hear she just kept saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry,"
Yeah.
and said that I want to say she said had been possessed by
Yeah,
something
she did say that.
and all that. So
But you were talking earlier about that, which we all believe is fake, that last sound, the audio.
uh-huh.
God, if you hear the screaming in that, everybody had to wake up.
Right.
Because you got in that one, you've got Ethan saying, "Where's Xana? Where's Xana?" at the top of his lungs.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, and if they heard it 50 yards away, there's no way that Dylan didn't hear that.
Yeah, I mean, 50 feet away from Xana's room outside of that house.
I mean, unless she took
It's-
some kind of medication that night and it just knocked her out. I don't know. But she
Well, if
comes
so,
to
why'd
it.
she get up
But she
3
comes
times?
to at 4:00. We know that she's coming to around somewhere between 4 and 4:25. She's coming awake.
Mhm. Yeah, the PCA says she was woke up at 4 o'clock by what she thought was Kaylee playing with her dog on the 3rd floor. And then she opened her door the first time when she thought she heard Kaylee say that there's someone here. But I'm curious to know, like, if that is in fact what she heard Kaylee say. Was it a scared, like, oh my God, somebody's here? Like, you don't know who the person is? Or, like, how was it said?
Yeah, or like there's a frat brother in here.
Right, because I think that if it would have been someone that Kaylee would have known, she'd have been like, "Oh, hey, so and so's here,"
Yeah.
and would have said their name. So I'm wondering. I think it was more to someone's here. I
Or
don't think it
maybe
was said like that.
I don't either, but do you think maybe she could have thought it was the DoorDash when she was saying, "Hey, somebody's here" during that time?
Well, did they had a doorbell, right? To that house?
I would think so.
I wonder if DoorDash might have dropped it. Like, y'all were saying, like, DoorDash will drop it off at the door and then take a picture of it or whatever. I wonder if maybe he dropped it at the door and just hit the doorbell to let them know that it was there.
Now, when the police went to the house during the party, did they knock or did they hit a doorbell?
I want to say they knocked.
They usually knock.
They usually knock, yeah.
Trying to remember because it seems like I seen a picture of that front door and there was a doorbell on the outside of it.
I'm really surprised those houses like that don't have more security.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if it's like a party
Well,
house, you
if
would
I was
think
a
that they would have more security. So when they're not having the parties, they could know they're safer.
Right.
if I was a parent, my daughter wouldn't be in that house.
I mean,
Oh, no.
my daughter would be in a house where there was cameras pointing
Exactly.
at every window and every door and driveway and everything else.
Absolutely.
Oh, and I'd have secure bolts on the door. Remember I was telling y'all about drilling through the door frame,
Hmm.
3-inch screws.
Right.
Because
Yeah,
a 12-year-old girl can knock any door down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to remember that. I need to tell my husband that. You said do that on the latch?
The part where I don't even know what they call it. You got a door frame going around the door,
Right.
and then where you when you turn the knob, you know how it pulls that piece of metal in, and I forgot what that's called.
Right.
Or you can let it go in. That part of the wood, put about 3 or 4 going straight up.
at that little metal piece
I'll
that the
send
thing
you
goes
a
in.
video. I'll put you a video in here. You can watch
Okay.
them do it, and it only costs about $5, and that stops the
Hmm.
door from being kicked in.
Yeah, we have some. We didn't do sliding glass doors because of they're just too unsafe. We have pretty good, but it never hurts to do something like that and make it more secure. I think that would be a great video for me to watch.
And I even
Actually, for
have
anybody to watch.
a
Maybe
dead bolts on my bedroom door, and once again, I put those screws in there so if they did get it in the house, they're not going to kick my bedroom door in.
right. Maybe Scarlett can put it in the chat.
Wait, put what in the chat?
Let me
This
go look one up, and I'll send it to Scarlett, and then she can do what she wants to.
Oh, the video? Yeah. Or
Yeah.
you can drop it in the back chat and I can just grab the link from there and post it in the
right.
chat.
Okay, let me go look for it.
Okay.
I mean, kids, other people might want to see how. Yeah, Gigi'd like to see how to. That's what I thought.
Okay, yeah, when he drops it, I'll just drop it in the chat for everybody. She stated in the DoorDash app to not ring doorbell or knock. I just send picture. If it only says leave at door, I do a quiet knock.
Yeah, it's only.
Okay, so
No
they
contact.
could have left like a message. Okay, I hear music. They could have left a like a note when it was delivered just to hit the doorbell to let them know that it was there. Is that right, Tanya? Trying to get caught back up in chat here real quick.
I'm sorry, that was me trying to get on the chat. That
Oh,
was a
okay.
commercial on your channel.
Oh, okay, okay.
I was like, oh my god.
Okay, so we lost Che. Let me put. Oh wait, there she is. Wait, what happened?
They lost again. There
Okay.
she is.
Yeah, I had to like reset my phone because I accidentally clicked on a link and it was gonna pull up TikTok, and I was like, shit.
Oh, okay. Hey Norman, how are you?
That's what I did earlier.
I fell down a rabbit hole as we were talking. I was kind of wanting to see, like, you know how like it's easy to just kind of stay on one platform and do a lot of your research, and then you venture off into another one. It's like you find new flowers and rainbows and
Oh yeah.
mushrooms. You're like, oh shit, there's more out here.
Yeah.
That's what I was doing, is I was looking up more stuff about kind of like this timeline, the home, and I'm just completely enamored with the timeline. I mean, I love sleuthies,
Oh, I
like
know.
even we talk about it, but
Yeah.
like I'm so now I was actually like rereading over the affidavit and just seeing if I just saw something different, you know?
I have read that affidavit so many times, but it's like every time I read it, there's something else in there that catches my eye.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what happened to me tonight. And I have like several things that I just like I want to look at, like the
Mhm.
like we were talking about like the way it's worded about seeing the cars coming in and out of the neighborhood. I don't know, it's kind of weird to me. It does now, I can now see a little bit why people might think there might be two cars.
Mhm.
And I get that. Like, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but like, I don't know, it just has me wanting to know more. And then also just like some of the choice words that are used, I find that really interesting. And I, it's so hard not to pick it apart, but I feel like when you're dealing with a legal document, like those choice words are so important and they
Right.
weigh a lot, even though I get really mad about the misspellings that come out of these things. But I think that those words are chosen carefully.
Mhm. And there's like, I think it's on page 5 where it talks about that they from Dylan and from the statements that Dylan and Bethany had given and the downloads from their phones.
Mm-hmm.
They determined that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25. Well, that would mean that Dylan and Bethany, there had to have been something going on those two phones for them to download something off of it that would make them think that the murders happened between those two times.
Right.
So, like, were they texting each other? Hey, did you hear that? What's that noise? What's going on?
Well,
Something.
yeah, but I want to know if there's any credence to what apparently Ethan's sister-in-law said. Did Dylan actually call the victims during that time? Is that how they identified the timing?
Could have been. And then it says that, forever they always said, Dylan and Bethany were out in the community separately, but they both ended up back at home at 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Then the PCA comes out and it says that Bethany was at home at 1 o'clock, but she's seen Ethan and Xana at the frat house from 8 o'clock to 1:45. Okay, how did she see Ethan and Xana at the frat house at 1:45 in the morning if she was at home at 1 o'clock? Then it says that that Dylan and Bethany had both made statements saying that all of the kids were at home by 2 o'clock and asleep, or at least in their rooms by 4 o'clock. Well, the only way that they would have known that is that they would have had to have been awake to know that they were in their rooms by 4 o'clock. But yet Dylan was woke up at 4 o'clock. So it's like they say one thing in the PCA, but it's almost like they contradict themselves a few different times by the way that just the timeline part of it.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of why I want to rewind. Like, when I first read this, was I just so set on believing what I felt like it was and didn't really interpret it differently. So I wanted to go back and recreate my own timeline, not look at Sleuthy's, not look at anyone else, just kind of sit down with my thoughts and do it to see, what comes of it. I'm a very visual person. So that helps me out, map things.
Right.
I think the wording is important though. I mean, I get there's estimates in there, but there's been that, the big question about the exculpatory evidence. I saw that Ashley Banfield segment where she's talking about how Bethany never went upstairs, and then you have Ellie saying that they were all up there. I mean, there's just so many questions I have that's been conflicted, and I don't believe media on everything, and I understand a lot of the information that we were getting from Ellie at the beginning is gonna eventually progress, and there's gonna be updates to that and corrections, but I think that there's some of that I felt didn't get answered in the PCA that gives me pause. I'm like, so what about all that other stuff?
Right. I mean, anytime that something like this happens, the very first thing that you want to do is you want to build the timeline. The timeline is very important starting out. And this timeline has been wonky through the whole thing.
Exactly.
It just, there's so many things. And the day the PCA came out, Prosser Gang, have a wonderful night. And thank you for coming and hanging out with us. The day that the PCA came out and I read that Dylan saw this dude, and that she was on the second floor, and the whole time we were believing that she was on the first floor, my jaw literally hit the floor. I was just like, holy shit, she was actually on the second floor and she's seen this guy. And it was, for whatever reason, I couldn't get past that part, and everything that I read after that, I didn't comprehend it until I actually sit down and somebody would ask a question. I'd have to go through and try to find it. And it's like all these little things start popping out. I'm just like, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I had a friend that identified where Dylan's room was really early on and knew it was on the second floor. And so I didn't kind of know what to expect coming out of that with the PCA. I think for me, it was probably the shift in the hour, because we were kind of under the understanding to be around 3, not a little bit past 4.
And see, that's another problem that I had. Okay, so they got these statements from Dylan and Bethany. If they didn't get these statements from them on the 13th, because the 13th is when they interviewed Jack D. I'm thinking they're going to interview Dylan and Bethany on the 13th also, because they were in the house when this happened.
November?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they could have been so upset that they might have said, okay, you know what, let's just do it tomorrow, meaning November the 14th. they got these statements of when these kids got home that they were in their rooms by 4 o'clock. If not asleep, at least in their rooms by 4 o'clock. So they knew just by those statements that the murders didn't happen between 3 and 4. So why come out in the very beginning and say that the murders happened between 3 and 4, and you've got people looking for body or for camera footage from their cameras. You got businesses looking through their camera footage between 3 and 4.
Well,
Like, what made them think in the very beginning that it happened between 3 and 4, and then all of a sudden they change it to 4, between 4 and 5?
Thank you, Scarlett. That's what.
You're
That's
you're welcome.
no. I mean, thank you for saying. Why was it from 3 to 4?
Oh,
See, they weren't very thorough,
it doesn't make sense. Like the
and he'd have been better
timeline,
off just saying we don't have an exact timeline right now,
Yeah.
but we
right?
know what happened in the early hours of the morning. I mean,
Right.
he'd just been
like
better saying that until we could come out with 100% bona fide evidence. We know when this occurred, and the
Exactly.
timelines. I'm telling you right now, a jury is going to be fighting over that timeline.
Oh yeah.
I think you'll see it come out in court through evidence, like what that looks like. I do. I just think we have to be patient.
I am a very impatient person.
I know, I am too, but like, I mean, I think I brought it. I don't know if I brought it here, but I brought it up tonight at some point talking with somebody was like, um, Murdaugh, like how shocked are people to find out about the Paul Snapchat video?
Yes.
I mean, like, there's stuff out there, and like, there's also going to be the side of it, like, where, I mean, I know this, but like the technology in vehicles, and like, said that like, courts are also progressing with technology, like what, people are saying there's no way that's never been used in court. Well, why can't it be now? How well have we progressed, and what can be considered? There's no telling. And that's
That
why
is
I
true.
was so much on that tech data than I really was anchored in on the DNA evidence, because I think that's going to be telling of it itself too. But I feel like you need just more to it. I mean, you want to have beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Well, once again, he's driving around at 4:04, back and forth, X turns, Y turns, whatever, and then all of a sudden at 4:05, he's already inside the house.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
just
that's just crazy.
the
And
timeline. It just doesn't. It
if they
doesn't
just,
add up.
and how they know he was in the house at 4:05?
I mean, where? What are they? If they saying that he's driving this car and this car is seen going to the house at 4:04 for the last time and doesn't leave until, Andrew, I'm doing good, thank you, and doesn't leave until 4:20. What is on Dylan and Bethany's phone to make them think between 4 and 4:25 that the murders happened? Like, why are they extending it out past the, before 4:04 and after 4:20?
Well,
Like, why
once
not
again,
say between 4:04 and 4:20 we believe that the murders happened?
I can't even get from where I pull up in the driveway to get in my house, and I've got keys in 1 minute. Now, this guy here is going to have to go up a hill, right? If he's coming through the back.
No, he would go down a hill.
Okay, he's going to come down the hill to get to it.
Hmm.
All right,
Yeah.
and all right, so he's going to navigate coming down the hill through the woods, right?
Well, it's not really woods. It's like
Several trees.
yeah, it's like a tree. What us in the South call tree lines. That's basically all it is. It's just like a line of trees, and the trees are right there on the side of the hill. So he would just literally just go down the hill, and he's like right there at the house.
And he's going to have 4 people taken out. Supposedly, there's a hell of a fight. I don't know what they mean by that.
And that came straight from Mr. Gonzalez's mouth. There was a hell of a fight on the second floor.
Right, and I think he knows, other than the actual law enforcement, I think he knows the most.
Yeah.
I think the Chapin family does too. I think that they know quite a bit. I just think they're handling it differently.
Yeah, and they should, whatever way they choose to handle this, people shouldn't be talking bad about them for it.
Right.
Just because they're not handling it the way we think that we would or whatever doesn't mean that they're doing it the wrong way. They're just doing it the way that they feel comfortable doing it. And if that means not going to the trial, then more power to them. That ain't for us to judge. I just people, I don't know. People nowadays will pick apart anything for clicks and views. Oh
And
shoot.
like I said, maybe they'll adjust that later. I don't know. But how they know the sliding glass door opened, he's inside at 4:05.
It doesn't, the timeline doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. Let's see. I'm answering y'all. I was answering a message back, a text message, and I completely forgot what I was saying.
Lady V fell off.
Oh wait, yeah, she's back in back chat now. Okay,
So,
Lady
Guess
V,
what time it is?
your internet going out?
Every night at 3:06.
yeah. I put it in back chat like it's like a video drive through somebody created. I hadn't really verified it, but I think it's kind of interesting. I don't know
Can
if
you
you've
put it
seen
in there
that.
again so I can click on it? 'Cause
Yeah. It's like from one of the Facebook groups. I guess they pulled it off like a TikTok or something.
Oh, let me see.
I don't know if you've seen that one, but I thought that was kind of cool. It's like the car drive through with the affidavit.
Yeah, DM and BF, y'all, I can't even talk tonight. Good Lord. DM and BF both made statements during the interview that indicated that the occupants of the King Road residence was at home by 2 a.m. And, oh shoot, hold on. I didn't pause it. So we're at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms by approximately 4. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at 4 o'clock. And see, the way they worded that, did Dylan and Bethany tell them that Xana got a DoorDash delivery at 4 o'clock? Because, I mean, that's almost like the way they're wording it, but if you look at it a different way, it could have been that they got that off of her phone, that she got the delivery at 4, or it could have come off the camera next door that she got a delivery at 4 o'clock. It's how they word this thing. It's almost like they're trying to say that Dylan and Bethany is saying all this.
Yeah, it's weird that it's at the same, like, said it's at, I have the little video up on my laptop I'm looking at, so.
Does
yeah,
it
that's
have
interesting.
music in it?
I think, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Let me hear it on my laptop.
Do you remember the telephone one of the females in the house had? And the last thing written on it was Queen.
Yes. That was Xana. Somebody, hold on.
Now, how would they be able to get a picture of that?
What it was is she had commented that on someone's TikTok video, and somebody seen it and got a screenshot of it.
Let's see.
Let me see. What am I looking at? My email. Somebody sent me the screenshot of that the other night. Oh, where's it at? I don't remember who it was. I think it was in my email.
I was like, I could be wrong, but it kind of sounded like Gray's voice. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, it does have audio, but it sounds like Gray's voice.
Okay.
It's weird. But it's like, I mean, you don't have to, you can turn the sound down, but it just walks you through, like, the little pictures you see.
Yeah, that's Gray's voice. Okay,
That's a thought.
I'm trying to get it. Oh, you browse Facebook. No, I don't want to do that. I want to enlarge it. Stop talking. Sorry, y'all. Every time I click on a video, it starts playing in my headset. And I'm
Yeah,
trying
that's due to be.
Okay, so let me pull it up. I'm gonna cut the audio off
Okay.
on it, but I will play it. Let's see. And what is this? 404. Where is this arrow pointing to? What is all these words at the bottom?
Well, it looks like you let it play for a little bit.
Okay, so this is what I just read about them being in their rooms or asleep or at least in their rooms at 4 o'clock. Xana wasn't filming herself. Anyone could have been on TikTok and ordering DoorDash. Yeah, I've got the screenshot of that where she had posted, and it was done.
And DoorDash.
Can y'all still hear that?
No, that was me. It was my computer.
Okay.
Sorry. I forgot I took it off mute.
But it was Xana had posted just a comment that just said Queen under someone's TikTok video, and it said the date was November the 13th of 2022. It doesn't have a time or anything like that. DoorDash, let's see, come up, drop the meal off, dash away, call it DoorDash, but they drop off the meal, ring the door, knock on it, take it off. That's right around 4 a.m. Yeah, Kelly, I think we said, what was it? It was like 2:45. You had to have your order in through Jack in the Box. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area 4 times at approximately 4:04. Can be seen driving eastbound on King Road. I remember seeing this because it actually makes sense how he makes his car do when they're saying at 4:04. This is everything that happened from the time it was seen at 4:04 until he goes into the house.
Yeah, this is
how long it would take.
So this is a simulation, right?
Yeah, I think this is a great use one. It was just somebody had it like on a TikTok and they posted it in one of the Facebook groups. They're just kind of talking through, like, again, timing. Everybody likes to, I think, just revisit, you know?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's amazing how much you forget.
Okay, so just to drive up in front of those apartment buildings would take at least 30 seconds to 45 seconds. So there's like your whole minute of 4:04 gone right there. Then you've got all the 3-point turns.
Yeah, there's got to be multiple cameras around there.
Right. Can one of the mods grab Gray Hughes' YouTube link for me, please, and drop the link in the chat since we're showing his video?
He does some really cool work, but I just can't. I've tried to watch him a few times. I just can't. The cartoon thingy, I can't do it.
Okay. King Scarlet sent it to me, so that way I don't have to dig through my email. Yes, I'm gonna mark out everybody else's names on here. Give me just a second, y'all, and then I'm gonna pull it. I'm gonna email it to myself. I just want to take everybody else's name that's on their TikTok off of here because they don't need to be. Okay, done. Save copy. Share. What the heck?
Yeah, had I known it was Gray's at first, I would have just gone and grabbed it. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Because I realized a lot of people were doing that with like van life when they did that one with Crime Circus. They kept sharing like somebody's TikTok, and I'm like, they didn't even create that. Like it was a YouTuber.
Yeah,
where's the Snake? I'm sorry. Where's the Snake River?
Over by Washington and Idaho.
Isn't that the one that runs through Lewiston?
Yeah, it's over near that Albertsons where they say he was last seen in the
Yeah.
coffee
So it's
place.
like south of Moscow and Pullman, like right on the the state line. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of people saying that's where he threw the knife.
A lot of people think that.
Yeah,
That's a good possibility.
Yeah.
Okay,
I thought that too.
Okay, let me jump in my email real quick and I'm gonna grab the screenshots.
Well, it's probably a big rusty knife now.
Yeah, if that's where he threw it, they would never find it. I just some people think that he did. I don't know. I still think that he possibly buried it somewhere.
Or put it in a tree.
Something to where he can go
Just
back
kidding.
to it and get it.
I think that whoever did this would definitely have some kind of memento.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's just like a gut feeling that he wouldn't get rid of the knife. I'm not like throw it away to where he can never go back to it. Because I do
Yeah.
think if he wouldn't have got called, if Bryan Kohberger is the person who done this to these kids, if he would not have gotten caught, I think he would have done it again. Okay, so this is a screenshot where they were talking about that she made the comment queen, and you can see the date right here is 11/13/2022.
Can we tell what she's talking about?
No, it's just a screenshot of it. Is all it is. And whoever was watching the TikTok video, they saw or they went to it to get a screenshot of Xana's comment.
Do we know what she's talking about?
No, I guess she's just calling the creator queen.
It doesn't say what time, does it?
No, it just has the date there, and that's it.
Mm.
So it would have had to have been after midnight, but I mean, it could have been anytime from midnight to when the murders happened. Because it says in the PCA she was on TikTok at 4:12, and then the camera picks up the sound at 4:17. But I mean, she could have been on TikTok at any time. Lady V, it says that your device is not connected now. All right, so oh shit, I almost hit end broadcast. Don't want to do that just yet. Okay, let me get this off here.
I've been going for a while.
Yeah, I'm gonna be ending it here in just a second. I've got to go to bed. I am like
Shay, what happened to your picture? That's a beautiful picture of you.
I'll have to fix it. I look naked.
Let me kick Lady V from the thing, and then that way she can come back up. Her internet every night at this time acts up. Cup of Joe, was it Cup of Joe or was it Kate
Both of them
something? That where he was at though, where they said that down in Lewiston.
Yeah, it was Kate's Cup of Joe.
Kate's Cup of Joe, okay. But that's where the Snake River is. It's literally like just right there in that little town.
I can just remember. Oh, go ahead, Shay.
I think I did some mapping over there just to kind of see how close it was in proximity from those parking lots. It's really close.
I want to say that like where the coffee shop was or whatever, like the river was right behind it.
Yeah.
Just like you can just basically walk through their parking lot and you're like right there at it.
Well, it was like the street, I think, in front of the Albertsons. Like it ended up not far from it. You could pull into like a public, like, seems like parking area and stuff by the river. Like a designated spot, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't far from there at all.
I just remember that Snake River when Evel Knievel tried to jump it.
Did he really?
Yeah, he got on some kind of like a, if I can remember, a sled rocket or something, and he went up high in the air. I don't know if the winds were blowing, and it blew him back. And I think he had a parachute. But gosh, that guy was the biggest daredevil, and he was a big hero in America. Everybody watched him when he came on television at night, and he'd jump over, I don't know, so many buses and things like
Yeah.
that at arenas.
So I'm just reading through this PCA again. I guess like I knew this is here, but now I really want to know and see those surveillance cameras from Albertsons that show that he walks through the store, purchases unknown items at the checkout.
How do they
That
not know what the items is that he purchased and there's a camera usually pointing right down at the register?
I don't know.
Did he use cash?
I don't know.
I don't think it says, does it?
No, it
Just that,
doesn't say.
just that he purchased unknown items.
Maybe they needed further information for like, because this is the probable cause. After you have this, then you know you could go further, look into bank accounts, etc. Like this is just the
Right.
start of it. This is
Right.
what to get him arrested to get the ball rolling.
Yep, just the bare minimum to get that arrest warrant.
And that's why I think they're coming out with more and more warrants and documentation. I don't think it's because they don't have anything. I think that they, you know, it's like an onion layer, like you're constantly just peeling it back more and more.
Well, they just might want to put some icing on that cake. Because it seems like every time the defense does something, they counter.
So Kelly says, how far is Albertsons from the crime scene? Let's see. Let me go to Google Maps. I'm just going to map it from Lewiston to Moscow.
For a guy who's got snow vision, he has no problem driving across the country, does he?
No, or driving at night, apparently.
I mean, look at that goofy loop he went through.
Okay, so from Moscow to Lewiston, which is the town that the Albertson is in, is 37 minutes or 32.3 miles. Okay, hold on, Lady V. Let me get the link for you. Okay. So it's not too far.
I think it's just gonna kind of come down to as well, like having to look at what his normal pattern of behavior is and what changes there are here in it as well.
So, what did he purchase when he goes to this store?
We don't know.
Oh,
Yeah, it just says
Says
unknown
unknown.
items.
okay. We don't have somebody with a channel putting rumors up what he purchased.
Well, now that you put it out in the atmosphere, I'm sure there will be one tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be one tomorrow morning.
Mhm.
And
The
they'll
YouTube streets will be running rampant with what Bryan Kohberger bought at Albertsons, y'all.
yeah, and I'm sure there was a run-in with Emma Bailey and everyone else you can imagine.
Oh yes.
They were
Did y'all
yeah.
see? Did y'all see? For those who have Twitter, and I don't know if anybody on here has watched the show iCarly, but the boy Freddie that plays on there, his mom, somebody I don't know what made them think of this or whatever, but they did a side by side of the woman who played as Freddie Benson's mom and Bryan Kohberger, and y'all, it's almost like twins. They look a
Really?
lot. Yes, I forgot who posted it the other day. It was like 2 or 3 days ago. I seen it, and I don't know if I got a screenshot of it or not, but I was like, "Oh my gosh, they look so much." Oh yes, I did get a screenshot of it. Hold on, I'm gonna pull this up. I just thought about it. Give me just a second. Can y'all see it, or has it pulled up yet?
Yeah, I can see
I
it.
can see it.
Okay. Do they not look a lot alike?
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah, they do. And him and that other girl too. That other girl's pretty.
Him and Emma, yes. But I think it's the eyes though with them two. Honestly, like they have like those, what are they called, like deep set eyes in their
Yeah.
head or whatever. It looks like a skinny Ricky Lake.
God, I haven't heard that name in forever.
But I thought that was weird how somebody would just come up with somebody like that off of a TV show.
If you put makeup on him and a dress, they probably really would look alike.
Yep, that is crazy how he could, like, this dude is being accused of this, and now there's like so many people that look like him. Andrew, that is right. Lots of questions will never be answered.
Gigi, I'm already up here, hun. I don't know if you don't see me or something. I'm here.
Oh, she may be behind on the video.
Oh, okay.
So I guess I want to know more information into why it states the coroner arrived on scene after the press release went out of like the homicides. Like, why wouldn't the coroner be on scene sooner?
I would have thought she would have been there as soon as they walked in and found 4 people deceased.
I know it says like apparently Kathy Mabbitt arrives between 5 and 5:30 p.m.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
yeah, it's like 5 hours later.
Didn't Payne get there at like 4 something?
Yeah.
I mean, why wasn't he there 4 hours earlier?
Yeah, I don't get that.
Do they have to wait till the coroner appears before they can notify the families?
No, well, I don't. That's a question. I want to understand the procedure because it seems the families were notified around 4:30. 4:48 press releases went out. 5 o'clock, Kathy arrives on scene. I'm just looking over Sleuthie's timeline because we kind of had mentioned that too, is like that lapse in time. Why?
And of course,
just one of the question marks I have too.
Right.
Police couldn't answer the question how many people came in that house between whenever they were summoned to come over and check on this unconscious person that won't wake up, and from the time the 911 call or the time the police arrived.
Okay, but this is just my thoughts. I'm sorry, but like if I don't know, I'm just assuming this, but like I would assume the town I live in, if there was something this like tragic and drastic to happen in one location, I would think you'd have your most important people there immediately. Why, 3, 5 hours later? That's just odd to me. But maybe I just don't understand that part of the investigation side of it, but I don't know. In my head, that just doesn't make sense.
Do you remember the John Benet Ramsey case?
Yeah, but that's a really poor, like...
I mean, they failed to secure.
But we can't compare just because that happened. What happened in John Benet is going to happen here. Like, you got to improve and be better, you know?
Well, you should. But see, this town's not used to having... When was the last time they had 4 people taken out in one day?
I don't know, but...
I don't know. They said they hadn't had a murder in 7 years, and now we've got 2 of them.
2014.
I say wait for that tort claim to come bite them in the butt.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that. What their reasoning for the lawsuit is gonna be. Tonka, we were talking about when Bryan Laundrie was missing. and everybody was talking about that they had seen him like all over the place. And someone was down in Mexico at a restaurant down there and took a picture of this guy and said that it was Bryan Laundrie down there. He was seen on the Appalachian Trail. He was seen at another spot on the trail talking to some people at like a rest area. He was seen, excuse me, down in Mexico. He was seen all over the place. All right, let me see. The poor dude must have got us. That is true, Callie. Like the dude was just sitting there eating his food, and people are taking pictures, putting it all over social media that he was Bryan Laundrie eating out in public at a restaurant.
Hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, it was the whole Bryan Laundrie thing was just crazy. And what's weird is that I know that their names are spelled different, but him and Bryan Kohberger, like they had the same first and middle name. We have to realize that it was a weekend and people had to be called in. Lots of people do outdoor activities. It could take hours. Well, that is a good point too. But if what Howard Blum said about Payne, he was actually just sitting at the office at the police department at his desk, visualizing about a trip that he had coming up. Where I think him and some friends were supposed to go hiking up a mountain or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's what the article said. I want to say that was like the first or second one that Howard Blum put out. One juror, the hand in the garden outside. People ran with that too, saying that Bryan Laundrie was under his mama's garden. They had him hid out under there.
Was there a secret door there too?
Oh my God! That people were saying that I can't remember if it was the mom or the dad. Somebody had a drone flying over, and they could have swore they seen a hand come up on the side of the garden, and that one of the parents was handing him stuff through this hole,
I
like
remember
food
him.
or something. It was just rampant stuff like what's going on with this case.
Not the hand in the garden. No.
We'll have to see. Yeah, it's just wild stuff, and I guess it happens in every case.
As Grizzly True Crime would say, "Oh my word."
I like Grizzly too, though.
I do.
She
So
puts
cool.
out some good stuff. It was Nerdy that had the drone. Okay, I remember the drone out there, and people just went wild with it. My God, or he ran out the house and ran over to the street behind him, and people said they saw him running down the road. Ethan's brother Hunter was at the scene, made the 911 call. Ethan's mother must know a lot of details. I thought it was Ethan's. Well, they said Ethan's friend. That's what a source said. But even that, we don't really know for 100% fact who made the 911 call. Was there drugs or alcohol found? And Andrew, we don't know. They haven't put the toxicology report out. Yeah, I think I'm about to get out of here.
Yeah, I need to get off here because now I'm having a comparison of coroner responsibilities across regions and all sorts of crap. Fell down another rabbit hole.
Just make sure you come up for some air every now and then.
That's a good rabbit hole.
I have to. I gotta breathe a little bit. I took a break from, true crime for a little while. I had a lot of work stuff, so that's why I hadn't been around at night. I've just kind of staying focused on work.
Yeah, them rabbit holes can get deep sometimes.
Well, I'm
They do.
retired, and it feels good to do whatever you want to. At
Exactly.
any hour you want to, go to sleep whenever you want to.
Exactly.
Tad, have a good night.
I concur.
Makes me mad if I got a haircut appointment. I got to
I
plan my
don't
day
like to
around
leave
it.
the house. My husband does the grocery shopping because I'm like, I don't want to go out there in that world unless I absolutely have to.
Yeah, I wouldn't leave the house if I didn't have to. I'm gonna be honest. I'd much rather stay at home.
If he wasn't here, I'd probably order my food from Walmart and have it delivered. And as
See,
long as I have Temu and Amazon, I'm cool.
and see, I can't even get a pizza delivered out here, much less some food
Well,
like
You do
DoorDash or
pizza?
no,
want-
girl. I'm 35 minutes from the nearest town. I can't get the only thing that gets delivered here is my mail, and like
we can't get
packages.
pizza delivered here either.
Do you have to take your trash in to the
Yes,
You are
yeah,
out in the boons.
yeah. Literally, like packages that get delivered here. If there's nobody else in my area, like on the road that I'm on or the road leading into my road, if there's nobody else that has a delivery that day for a package like UPS or FedEx, they will literally put it into the system that the person was not home and will not come to my house, just so they don't have to come down here.
Wow.
That's my road is 1 mile, a little over a mile long. I'm at the very end of it, and it's another 3 miles out to the main highway. So I'm like a little over 4 miles off of the main highway, in the middle of the sticks.
When they deliver my packages, excuse me, it's funny because we used to raise wolves when I was a kid, teenager, and I have my alpha male wolf. We had him stuffed, and he's looking out my front door. Excuse me, the window by my front door. And every time a new person comes to deliver packages, I'll see him on my camera. They'll come up there and they'll see him, and then they'll just kind of toss my package onto my porch and leave. That's hilarious.
I would be grabbing my heart.
We don't have in the little place where we live. Only thing we have, we literally just got a Dollar General like a few months ago, and we have one gas station. We have no post office. We don't have red lights here.
Wow.
Nothing. That's
You
all
are
we have.
boonies.
Yeah, it's just out in the middle of nowhere.
Now mine's on a secluded street, and the only people that are around me are family, and it's a dead end.
That's
It's like
how
a circle drive thingy.
that's how ours. Well, I'm at the end of a dirt road, and
Yeah, I am
it's
too.
my husband's father-in-law lived up above us, and then I have step family. Like at the end of the road, there's me, my step aunt and uncle, and then my step cousin down here. But our houses are so far apart that you still can't see them.
Right. Yeah, our house, we let the trees grow up around here for like 20 years. We were 16 when we were looking at this property, and it was cow pasture. And so my husband told his dad, I'll take care of that area there if you want me to, because we were going to buy it from him.
Mm-hmm.
And so it took us 20 years to build out here. So we have trees you can't even see. My house also, I painted it in the summertime you have the leaves with the green, brighter green on one side, and then more of a grayish green on the underside of the leaf.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of how my house is painted. So in
Kinda
the
blends
summer and
in.
all, you can't even see my house.
Yeah, that's. I mean, all we got around here is some flipping pine trees, and then in the yard we have like a couple of oak trees, and it's just all woods.
My driveway's 300 feet long.
Now,
Oh,
where I'm
wow.
at is the total opposite. 5-star restaurants all around me. Anything you
Well,
want is right here. The only problem is in this city, every night there's someone being shot or stabbed, and there's drive-bys.
yeah. See that I don't like the city. I'm just not a. I hate even
I
going
don't.
to the city.
No, I
If
don't like it.
if I can buy it from the Dollar General, I'll go buy it from there before I go to town because I
Absolutely.
hate it.
Now, mine is a little better. I'm kind of in between you guys where I'm in the boonies, but at the same time, within 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I can get to Walmart or
Oh
Dollar
God, Walmart
General,
is
whatever.
just to the town where Walmart is 35 minutes. And you got to go all the way on the opposite side of town just to get to the Walmart,
Yeah.
which is
That's
another 20.
that's what it was like when I was growing up. I mean, it was like a 45-minute drive to the
Hmm.
grocery store.
And I
I
just, I
loved it.
hate it. I hate going to town.
Yeah, I hope the only way I'll ever live in town again is if I'm absolutely forced to, or if we move to Virginia, I'll live in town just to be close to my grandchildren. Other than that,
Yeah.
no, I don't. I don't do well.
Mm-mm.
I get like too much input. There's just too much going on for me to keep track of in my head, and so it just really, yeah, I get kind of weird.
Yeah, I'm just
See,
not a
here I get
city
to get
person.
on my bicycle and only have to go about a quarter of a mile to a big river, and I can see downtown, and that's where they shoot the fireworks from the river. They put them on barges,
Hmm.
and oh, it's beautiful watching
Well,
those
I can see
fireworks.
fireworks from these towns around here by me by sitting on my roof. That's pretty
Yeah,
cool to watch.
it's yeah. Anything that we want to watch like that, we have to go to town to watch
Now, do you
because
get to see a
there's.
lot of wildlife where you're at, like deer,
Oh
hog?
yeah, yeah. There's where we're at because I'm not far from the river, but we're also not far from a lake that's close to here, and it has like a lot of the bayous that run off the lake. And wild hog problem here is really bad. And I mean, we have deer behind our house. Rabbits are like everywhere. So yeah, we get to see all the different wildlife too.
Yeah,
Hogs,
we have those
hogs are a
here.
problem everywhere.
Yes, they are horrible here. They like there's a lot of farmland going to town, mostly like cornfields and stuff like that, and they will tear a cornfield up.
And y'all
Yeah,
have red wolves there in Louisiana.
I've watched them hunt those
I don't
wild
know.
hogs. Those things are like scary, dangerous.
Oh, my husband, he used to hog hunt. I went with him. My kids have went with him. It's
That's
fun.
scary.
It's a lot of fun, but the walking is, oh my God. Like, especially if you got to walk through water,
It
it's
would
like
be
the
kind of
worst.
fun to, yeah, it would be kind of fun to do that. Yeah, I could do that.
Well, you get to
Bullets,
enjoy
have a good
nature.
night. Huh?
I said you get to enjoy nature. One more question: do y'all have panthers in
Uh,
Louisiana?
do we have panthers here? Charles says yes.
Yeah, we got them here in Florida.
Now,
Somebody, I can't read who it is. Somebody wants to know if they're boars.
well,
The
they're
boar's the
wild.
male.
Yeah, they're wild hogs, but the boars are the males. Then you have bars, which are the boars that have been marked, and then you have the sows, which are the females. But there
What
has
was the second one?
a bar hog. It's just where it's been marked.
What do you mean marked?
He can no longer produce little wild hogs.
Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha.
Joe, yes, there are gators around here too. Mostly on the river, like not where I'm at, but the river's only like a mile through the woods from here. Um,
That's where they
what?
filmed that movie with those gators where they're catching them, and
Yeah, that was
put,
down south.
they put the 22 in the back of their heads, and
Hmm.
Oh, that was a good show.
I
Yep,
loved it.
yep. Where when Don't Dive was up here the other night, and we were talking about Homa. That's some of the people are from Homa that's on that show.
Wow, that's
Oh, I
funny.
believe you. I believe
I,
anything from Homa.
you said,
Emma, yes, some people do because a lot of people eat the wild hogs, and it gives it the taste is different whenever they do that.
Yeah,
do
plus he'll
what?
swell up bigger.
Yeah, they get really big.
Yeah, they're real huge. The ones
Wait,
that are
do
in
what?
the
I can't go back and chat. Do what?
Castrate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotcha. Sorry,
we used to hold them down and put rubber bands around their.
yeah, we put a band around our cows, and for some reason, I keep like I'm thinking wild. They're out in the wild, so the last thing I'm thinking is for them to have been neutered.
Yeah. It happens.
Spade
Oh.
neuter your pets.
Well, guys, I am going to jump down, or I'm never going to get sleep for tomorrow.
All right. Well, thank you for coming up.
Good
Thank
night,
you for having
Shay.
me.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
welcome.
Give me a
Yes.
ring, Shay, sometime.
We'll do, love. It's been fun.
It has. I've just really enjoyed spending some time with you.
Yeah.
Aww.
Anytime you want to come up, just let me know. You're more than welcome to.
I appreciate you so much. Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
All right. Have a good night.
You
Good
too.
night, Shay.
I
Bye.
love you. I love you guys too. I'm gonna jump down too, so you
Good
can
night, Lady
start
P.
saying
Okay.
your good nights.
All right. Thank you for coming up, and I hope you have a wonderful night as well.
And I'm going to head on and thank you for having me.
You're welcome. You have a good night. And thank you for coming up and joining me tonight and discussing all this good stuff. Let's see. Scores. Yeah, they mark them to get the musky smell, taste, whatever out of them. There's a hormone that makes milkshakes tasty. Yes, Emma, that is true. Jamie, have a wonderful night. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here so I can go to bed. So thank you all for coming and hanging out with us tonight. Forgot who it was that donated. Philly is who it was that donated or gifted the memberships. That was very nice of him. Sunset Gazing, I believe, was the other one that gifted one. So thank y'all for that. And I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will see y'all next time.